There we go. Okay, now we have audio. Alright, well, that was a little bit of a thing. Okay, let's see here. Let's make sure stuff's working. Looks like that's good. That's good. Okie dokie. Alright, so, let's tinker with this. Let's tinker with that. What up, Neon? How's it going? Check this. Okay, that didn't come through for some reason. Well, that one did. Okay. But that's only on TikTok. Why is YouTube not coming through? What's up? What up? Alright, so we're still sort of like tinkering. Well, maybe not like sort of like it's been an ongoing thing, but I have been messing around with overlay settings and stuff, and for whatever reason, it does not seem to be working for YouTube. Let me see here. But what up, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Time for my favorite woke soy Bethesda slop streamer. I know, right? Let me get on the right windows and stuff like that. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, so that's there. And we switch to, there's the right window there. Where is it? There it is. Nope, that was not the right one. Starting soon. There we go. Okay. I need to God, there's so much stuff I need to do just to fucking get get my streaming shit up to snuff. I forgot I gotta just jump right in. Oops. Well, I don't want to do this specifically, but I do want to. Yeah, just for shits and giggles. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get in there. That's really annoying. Because it said it's multi-chat, and yet it's not. Ooh, actually, no, because it would be connected here. That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I've been like messing with a new overlay system, and it's supposed to be for like it's got multi chat in and stuff, but for whatever reason it's only showing Twitch stuff. It's not showing YouTube stuff. Let me see here. No YouTube broadcasts are currently monitored by Streambot. Well, why the fuck not? You should be monitoring the stream that is currently live. And oh, is it no, it's public. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's that about. Okay, well, that's kind of a bummer. Frustratingly, that doesn't seem to be functioning correctly for some dumb reason. Let me see. It's probably not something I'm actually gonna be able to get working during this stream. But we'll see what we can. Let me tinker with this real quick. Give everybody a little bit of a chance to start rolling on in. Let's see. It's the ASMR. I need to resume my work. Hell yeah. You should make a stream where you play Fallout 76 and talk about how Fallout is woke. Ah, you know what? That's a genius idea. That's a top shelf idea. Top shelf, old sport. Top shelf. Oh, I'm getting shot at. Oh dear, I'm getting shot at. Like, it's actually kind of funny. I was originally going to. What the fuck? Oh shit. Where am I? Oh fuck. Did you get attacked by? Where the fuck am I? Hold on. Oh, I forgot. This is where I dropped off. I forgot about that. Okay. Give me one quick second here. I need to relieve myself of some dastardly robots. Oh, gee whiz. Okay. Maybe a pride flag in the thumbnail too. That's a perfect idea. How's your week been? My week has actually been kind of weird. If I'm being perfectly frank, not like super weird, but like, you know, one of those. I don't know. It's I have so many big and complicated feelings in my heart. Let me goof with this for half a second real quick. Okay. Okay. That's not working for some reason. So that's super dope. Now it doesn't want to do it. Now it's not even showing that it's actually connected. That's cool. All right. Let's do this. Let's close that. And then let's open this back up. Okay. There we go. Will it actually open? Will it, won't it? No, there it is. Okay. But yeah, like just like behind the scenes, I've been tinkering with StreamerBot a little bit, and I'm still sort of kind of getting the hang of it, it would seem. Because like it seems like I got like all the overlays and stuff right, but for whatever reason there's a lot of like weird connection problems that it's still having. Like it says it's connected to my YouTube, but it's not actually connecting properly. So we'll just kind of we're just like every single other follower Toshi live stream. We're just fucking doing it on a wing and a prayer. it's all hobbled together with duct tape and happy thoughts. Greetings from Mexico, all my Fallout fans out there. What up? I'm gonna say Christina Gar series. I'm gonna say M5J, just because I think that's a fucking cool name. Yo, what up, M5J? What up? First time catching the stream. Welcome to the stream. You picked a hell of a stream to fucking drop into. Let me real quickly get my tent set up here, cause I am hurting. Those robots did a number on me. Gee whiz. Okay, so let's see. Where's a good spot to plop this sumbitch down? Somewhere's for sure. Okay, let's see. All right, let me get. There we go. Okay, cool. We got something. I don't know if sleeping is actually going to like restore my health or anything. I don't know. Let's see. I don't think it will. I think it's just for like the bonus, but you know, fuck it. This is the what was it? Those streams where it's like you just watch the other person sleep. Oh, it is actually restore my health. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So yes, this is if you're a first time viewer to the stream, this is a hell of a stream to to join in for the first time. Because this is sort of a topic stream, right? This is a chatting stream. Because over the last over the last, I guess, like technically 2 weeks at this point. When did I put it up actually? I need to find the things that I have done. How do I view them? How do I perceive them? Here we go. Okay. Okay, so it was the I guess it technically was. Okay, so it's technically been like over a week at this point. So for like a week plus. Cool Tangent reminds me of the Six Flags Theater show. I actually haven't been to Six Flags very often. I think I've been there like once in my entire life. But it seems pretty cool, and I'd love to like go again. But for as far as like the topic, right? The topic of today's video. I as a content creator, right? Am no stranger to, you know, how do I say it? No stranger to challenging commentary, right? I get people fucking, you know, all the time, with something to say about something, in my comment section, outside the comment section, you know, this, that, and the other thing. It's just sort of the, not really the hazard, but like it comes with the territory, right? And I'm not like a giant content creator or anything. I'm still like I consider myself like a micro content creator. I am tiny, and I have seen some people describe themselves like, oh, I'm a small content creator, and they have like, you know, thousands of subscribers and stuff like that. I have a decent amount on YouTube specifically. I have like, what do I have, like 11,000, something like that. And then on TikTok, I'd have to look it up again. Quiet, coffins and coffee. You're hilarious, but I do not wish to view your content right now. Yeah, I got like near 4K on TikTok. Fucking, I got like fucking nothing on Twitch. My Twitch died like years ago. At this point, I haven't been shadow banned. I've been shadow banned. They fucking threw me in the shadow realm on Twitch. But that all that is to say, like, I've been doing this for a while. You know, I've seen it all. People in like the comment sections and stuff, they don't surprise me. The comment section just at writ large is a sludge fest, right? No matter what comment section it is, 90% of the time it's an absolute dumpster fire. Every once in a while, like when you're just like perusing different creators and stuff like that, you'll find certain creators that are like, oh, you know, this is a wholesome community. This is a good community. And the comment sections are usually pretty solid. But literally anything around any sort of not gaming specifically, but like usually around like specific kinds of games, usually like the bigger ones, right? Just from like almost every studio, EA, Bethesda, Ubisoft, Rockstar, you know, Riot, CD Projekt Red, anything, any like big game. There's always a myriad of just a million different people have a million different opinions. Over roughly the past week or so, two weeks technically, since we've been in the midst, I would say, of the fast travel. There we go. In the midst of the big shakeup at Xbox, right? The big changes with how Xbox prioritizes the titles that they want to prioritize, and how they sort of like, poke the different studios that are under their employ to do, you know, various things, XYZ, to work on different projects, to shelve other projects that aren't as big, right? That aren't as like, you know, we really need to like focus on this because it's the thing that makes us money. I learned about you thanks to the LGBTQ Fallout characters and the New Mexico mod controversy video you did. Cool videos, by the way. Thank you. Those were if I'm thinking of the correct ones. I'm pretty sure those were shorts, and yeah, every once in a while I'll have like an old short do well. But yeah, those were. I mean, I didn't really like talking about the Nuevo Mexico mod specifically because of all the absolutely ridiculous drama around that. But it was interesting to talk about. I just wasn't. I'm not. It's one of those videos where like I'm glad I made it. I'm not happy that I made it though. You know, like the whole situation was absolutely absurd. But over the last couple of weeks, there has been a noteworthy amount of commentary around the Fallout 76, around not 76, but around the Fallout community, specifically just Bethesda in general. I still don't at all really understand why maybe I just need to be like on the page. That's probably it. It needs to be on OBS. For whatever reason, the last like couple of weeks, my OBS has just been like struggling sometimes, and so like whenever my VTuber here is talking and chatting and stuff, he kind of like slows down a little bit whenever I'm not like on OBS. I really got to tinker with that. Like I said, I got so many things that I need to mess with with streaming stuff. it seems like I'm just like not doing anything ever, but oh my god, there's so much shit I gotta do, and it's all so fucking confusing. So over the last couple of weeks, like the last month in general, right, there has been big changes at Xbox. Xbox has basically said like, hey, anything that isn't a major gaming title, like our big titles, shelf it. Because you're going to be working on the big things. As far as that relates to Fallout specifically, or Bethesda and Fallout specifically, Bethesda has effectively been... You know what? I'm actually not sure what Bethesda specifically has been more so like, not pushed to, but like redirected to, right? I know that it's most likely Elder Scrolls 6, right? The next Elder Scrolls game. That's probably like what they got put on as like, Asha Sharma comes in and she's like, you need to be working on this all the time. Do this and only this. So that's probably a big one. The other one is probably mostly that, and then like probably a bigger priority towards Fallout 5. I did see an article that said that Bethesda had to shelf some, I think it was like a new IP FPS game. I didn't really read the article because I wasn't, if I'm going to be honest, I wasn't like super tremendously interested. It seemed interesting-ish, but it didn't seem like, oh my god, this is like something I need to know about. But like they had to shelve a game, and then there's a bigger focus towards, just putting out more Fallout in general, which is a good thing. I think that's a great idea. Surprise, surprise. Fallout YouTuber thinks more Fallout is good. But when it comes to that whole thing, because another big thing is that Obsidian is also going to be making a new Fallout game. Just like with Obsidian or with Fallout New Vegas, Bethesda is like the publishing company. Obsidian is just actually making the game, so it's going to be very similar in that regard. A lot of Bethesda management with Obsidian actually making the game, which I don't inherently disagree with. I'm just kind of disappointed that it was like a decision that was made for the companies by Xbox. I get that, that's their right and everything. I don't know. I'm I'm not big when it comes to authority, so I'm not a big fan of that specifically. The closing of Compulsion, Todd and other AA gaming studios was pretty infuriating. All that and Fallout Bethesda, Obsidian drama. Yeah. How's it going, sir? How's it going, Drygen? I apologize. I absolutely butchered your name. My monitors are a little far away from my face, and I don't got very good eyesight, so I swapped around the R and the R and the Y in your name. But I also saw an N that wasn't there, so that's cool. He got my name wrong. Leaving the stream right now. But yeah, hello, welcome. How's it going? I'm doing all right. I'm just sort of like taking stock of this month. Going over it. Dridge, that's it. Yeah. Also probably horrendously mispronounced that too. I'm sorry. I'm illiterate and stupid. I not like the Xbox forced their hand, but I can understand how stuff is. No, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like I can't inherently say that I disagree with the move that Xbox made. I'm just not entirely happy that it was a decision that was made for Obsidian and Bethesda, right? Because one of the things that is also noteworthy is that Obsidian was basically told like, hey, you are making the next Fallout game. This is your major priority. So like other games titles that are like their IP and they probably want to work on, more than working on a new Fallout game, Avowed 2 and a new Pillars of Eternity game. That's their main focus now. They had to put those other titles on the shelf for the time being. Which I don't like that from a creative standpoint. And it's because it's like, the studios would obviously rather choose to focus on their games, the stuff that they're interested in and the stuff that they can put out, over, making games for somebody else. But all all that yapping, all that buildup. All good, sir. I can't spell most days. Okay, thank God. I'm in like-minded company. All that is to say that a couple weeks ago, why shelf it? So Obsidian is still like a smaller studio by comparison. I don't know exactly how many developers they got, but they're not a massive studio, right? So, and it's probably a case where it wasn't even like, Obsidian was like, hey, we can work on both this new Fallout game and like, Avowed 2 and whatever other games we got going on at the same time. Like, we can do that. That is something that we are 100% capable of doing, but it was probably decided for them by Xbox higher up, like, hey, we want this out now, so we want the majority of your company working on a new Fallout game, which I'm just speculating on, right? I don't know exactly what their priority is. Maybe they are still working on their own IP as like 30% of the company or like a quarter of the company is working on those games specifically, and everything else is focused and shifted more towards a new Fallout game, right? Maybe that's the case. That's money lost. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But again, at the same time, it's sort of like balanced by the fact that they're working on a Fallout game, which just does gangbusters every single time one comes out. Even the lackluster ones, like Fallout 76, and if we're going back to like the old days, like Fallout New Vegas, like when it first came out, Avowed 2 is money in hand. Exactly. It's I mean, somebody's gonna buy it. I figured the Outer World 3 won't be happening anytime soon. I mean, probably not like soon, since the game is still like brand new. But it did just also have like a pretty lukewarm reception. So we'll see how that goes. But then again, like I said, that's sort of the point. Like Obsidian was told to put all of their toys aside so they can work on somebody else's stuff. So on the 9th, I made a video about that, a short, talking about the whole thing, and it was kind of like, is like all these developers getting laid off and stuff like that, all these big changes and seemingly radical maybe not radical, but like, very strong enforcement of what Xbox wants done, as opposed to like the studios and stuff. Is that really the price we're willing to pay for Fallout New Vegas 2, right? I think they should work on their IP and what they want to work on, but I think Xbox is trying to sell big sellers to fix the financial screw up from Phil. If you get this twice as a mix up from the Automods. No, it only popped up once, which is good. But yeah, I get what you're getting at there. But yeah, it is like, that is sort of what I'm getting at here. I'm almost 1,000% sure that Xbox still wants these studios to work on, like making new IP and stuff, but they want a stronger focus specifically on making games that are, the big money makers, Gears of War, Fallout, Skyrim, Starfield, stuff like that. I'm trying to think of, I'm so bad at remembering like what studios work specifically for Xbox, because it's like I mean, I guess EA too. They are technically owned by Xbox and Microsoft now. But the whole point I'm getting at here is I made a video talking about that. Is this really what we are willing to trade? Doom. Oh yeah, id. Yeah, that makes sense. I always forget about id because id is sort of coupled with Bethesda. Like Bethesda owns id Software. So I always just kind of lump those two together, but like they are still technically like a different studio. I didn't know that. Yeah. Id was bought by Bethesda. I want to say like 2014, maybe. I know that the 2016 Doom game was under Bethesda, so they were owned by Bethesda at that point. I don't remember. Again, I don't remember exactly. I'm a big Doom fan. I've played. I've been playing. Well, I played the original game, right? But then like I played the last game I played after that was I think maybe I actually played Doom 2. I can't remember. But I definitely played like Dark Ages. But I, you know, it's a very specific genre. Doom-like games. But again, the point is that you know, there's still all this controversy. There's still all this drama and stuff around like, you know, that whole aspect. I still believe it's a very small controversy. It's just a very like loud and noteworthy one, right? The majority of people are excited for new Fallout, and they're excited that Obsidian is going to be making a new Fallout, especially since they have a solid track record with Fallout games so far. And Josh Sawyer is going to be, you know, spearheading the project and stuff. And he specifically is great, a great game designer. But then after that, not too long after that, I put out another game and another game. I put out another short, and it was. This one was more so of a sort of like meta commentary thing. It was basically not reacting to, you know, like news and what's going on with, you know, Bethesda and Obsidian and stuff like that, but instead reacting to other people's reaction of what's going on. Mostly because I had somebody, I talked about it. I had somebody in the Discord channel post a screenshot of another content creator who posted an image, or not an image. It was a thumbnail of a video they made that was all like, "Oh, Fallout, the Obsidian's Fallout's gonna be woke and gay and stuff. Oh my god!" And the thing with that specifically is that like the thumbnail actually, I got a fucking Gormon's 50 cal machine gun. Hell yeah! Thank you, Kevin. So I got So they showed me that, and sorry, smacking the mic. It went crazy hard. It was insane. And I posted a thing about that. It went a little crazy on Blue Sky. You know, nothing super huge. A bigger streamer saw it and like reposted it and stuff, and that was kind of fun. But around that same time period, I was also like, you know, around that same like 24-hour, 48-hour clock. I was also seeing a lot of other content creators talking about like, oh, you know, like Bethesda lost Fallout. They don't get to make Fallout anymore. Todd Howard has been fucking kicked to the curb, and like, you know, all this like really sort of like, you know, all Bethesda bad kind of stuff, which is fine. You know, I think that Bethesda specifically does have a lot of like management issues, and there are some things that from a design perspective, right, I'm not entirely sold on. I think they could probably like tighten up some things, mostly in terms of like how they go about designing games. But it's, you know, I'm sort of like an outsider, like an outsider looking in, right? I'm not a game designer. It'd probably be a situation where like I get it. Like if I were to run Bethesda for a day, I'd probably fucking run the entire thing into the ground in like 12 hours. I'd just make like the worst decisions thinking they're the best. So Xbox is trying to bring back the gun and ball game fan base. Sadly, they have to kill the most experimental or story-based game studios like the ones I mentioned. Yeah, and like that's kind of like, it is one of those things where like I get it from a business standpoint, it makes sense, but at the same time, it like, I don't know. We have plenty of examples of games where it's like the studio rushed this because they were trying to, you know, get a game out sooner, get something out sooner so people would buy it. And it just turned into a fucking unmitigated disaster, right? Fallout 76 is an example of that. Cyberpunk is an example of that. Fallout New Vegas is an example of that. There's just so many games that have been released over the years where it's like, this probably could have used like another year in the slow cooker, right? This could have been a little bit more of a project. You should know what's best for Bethesda and Xbox. You're qualified just by owning an internet connection. Yeah, it does feel that way sometimes, right? But so this video that I'm talking about that I put out, it was mostly that. It was mostly reacting to what I saw as like a lot of people really leaning into like the negative aspects of the conversation, right? There were content creators who were like, "Oh my God," you know, it was two pronged, right? Fallout or Bethesda, you know, Bethesda has lost control of Fallout. They're like, it's getting taken away from the studio. And like, you know, oh yay, Bethesda is finally, you know, fucking getting kicked to the curb, and somebody else is actually going to be making, not like, you know, they're in charge now, but like somebody is going to be making a Fallout game, right? But then on the other side of the spectrum, you have all these people who are like, oh my God, Obsidian can't make a good game. Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 are like proof positive of that. Like, you know, it's just going to be fucking, you know, woke propaganda. It's going to be garbage. It's going to be bad. And just, you know, all this stuff, which like, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that, like, you know, that's a bold proclamation, for a game that we don't even know if the game's like in development yet, right? We don't know. And like, it could still be in like, what is it? It could still be in like, you know, pre-production. They might not even have a one pager on the game yet. It might just be like, hey, you know, we want Obsidian to make a new Fallout game. So they're gonna eventually, right? We don't even know if they're actively making a game right now. But one of the things I also sort of talked about in that video is like, because it's both of those sides, right? Obsidian is woke and they can't make good games anymore. And like the original team that made New Vegas isn't there anymore. So it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It's just like a full 360, you know, just doom spiral, right? It's bad on all sides. It's good that Bethesda lost control of Fallout, but then like it's bad that Obsidian's going to make a new Fallout game, right? So like even in like the good side, where it's like the people who are like, oh my God, yes, finally, you know, Bethesda's getting the boot. It's still coming from like a negative place, right? It's just an Ouroboros of negativity. And so, you know, it like I was also sort of like, hey, you know, there's like two sides of this of the specifically like the Bethesda side. Actually, like both, but it's like, you know, it's not just like boo Bethesda, yay Obsidian, but like Obsidian has had a rough track record, you know, with the last couple of games. It's also sort of this like, not combination, but this tag on of just like anti-woke commentary, right? Where it's like people are either like, oh, like Bethesda has never made good games, or like Obsidian can't make good games because they've like, you know, gone woke, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And if I remember correctly, I sort of briefly touched on that in the video. I can't remember exactly. This was like almost a week and a half ago at this point. I barely remember. What did I even make yesterday? Or like I didn't make anything yesterday. This week. Yeah, the fucking I forgot about the TikTok foot band thing. That was that was an adventure. But that was basically like, you know, the crux of the video, right? You know, just sort of reacting to a lot of people's like harsh negativity around like, you know, everything that's going on, which I don't inherently, you know, disagree with in a lot of cases. I just think it's kind of I don't know. It's almost masturbatory in a certain way, right? Because it's like the only thing that's on the like creator side, right? The only thing that you're sort of stirring up is either is just like a negative sentimentality around the entire situation. I see more people who are being critical but like the top layer of their critique is rooted in this like Bethesda bad, woke bad, you know, that sort of conversation. How that all ties back to my my original talking point, where it's like, hey, you know, I've been a content creator for a while. I've had, you know, thousands, I have million plus views, thousands of people who have, like, you know, left comments on my videos and stuff like that. Oh, okay. I've seen it all. You know, over the last, like, let me see here. Actually, when did it really sort of like kick off? Over the last like 4 or 5 days, something like that, right? I don't know if like my video just got pushed to like a larger audience or something, or if it like found its way into like a very specific niche. That video's actually gone pretty crazy as far as my shorts go. I usually get like, you know, roughly 1,000 videos a short, or 1,000 views rather. If it sort of like kicks off because it's like a topical conversation, like talking about you know, Stop Killing Games or like the Amazing Digital Circus or anything, it'll bounce a little bit more, get a couple thousand views, which is nice. Like, you know, I'm not gonna say no to more views. Which one's it? Oh, okay. But this one has like just recently started going crazy, and the fucking craziest. Well, there's like a couple crazy parts of it, but basically, that video has been getting basically round the clock comments, right? Like almost every hour for the last like 5 days, there is at least one comment being made, which is cool. That's a good thing for a creator. That's great for the algorithm. That's great for engagement. It helps to push the video to other audiences. It's kind of a bummer if it was that it's a short instead of like a longer form video. But I also haven't really made a long form video in a while. But you know, it is what it is, right? If you want to wear power armor, you must be a practicing homosexual. See, and that's the thing that I want to. That's the thing that I'm sort of getting at here. There is like this bizarre obsession that a lot of people have, specifically, or well, maybe not specifically, but in the comment section of this video, there have been so many people that have this weird, bizarre, almost parasocial fixation on you know, the whole like, I guess more so specifically if we're talking like technical verbiage, it would probably be closer to like a fixation on like DEI and gender politics and stuff like that. But more so, it sort of gets lumped into like the modern interpretation of the term woke. And in that video, there's a lot of people commenting in that on that video. A lot of them seem to don't like Blue Sky, which is odd, an odd focus on that specifically. Lots of comments that are all like, ew, Blue Sky. And it's like, all right, sure, whatever. But like, weird that's your focus in the video. But another big repeating pattern that I've seen is a lot of people either legitimately or unseriously questioning, in a sense, you know, you fucking said that what is it? You said that Fallout New Vegas is woke. Probably not New Vegas specifically. Actually, I don't even know if I mentioned New Vegas specifically, but they're all like, you know, how do what is it? How is Fallout woke, right? How is Fallout woke? Explain it to me. Some people, again, whether or not they are genuine in their questioning, or not, whether they're actually serious or not, is to varying degrees. But there were a multitude of different ways that people asked the same question. Some a lot more poignant than others. But for the most part, it was just that. A lot of people didn't really seem to understand how Fallout conceptually is sort of like, you know, or I guess rather could be considered a woke game. I don't inherently believe that any Fallout game was designed specifically to be viewed in any sort of specific fashion, especially as it relates to pushing specific narratives. But I do believe that a lot of the narratives and a lot of the storytelling that we see in Fallout do overlap with, or like, do fit into that box, right? They fit into that like ideology box, you know, quote unquote wokeism, quote unquote, what is it? Progressivism. Some people would say leftism, liberalism, stuff like that, even though that's not really the same thing. No, there's very little people online who are like actual classical liberals, right? Those people don't really exist anymore, let alone on, you know, on the internet and in the gaming space. But it would, you know what? Again, regardless of whether or not they were actually genuine in their questioning, I thought it was really interesting, and I thought it would be an interesting conversation to have with chat, with the live streams, you know, stuff like that. I am under absolutely no delusion that any of the people who commented on that video are fucking ever going to show up and actually, like, you know, engage live. Let alone actually be a part of any sort of like serious learning or sharing of ideas, conversation, because that's just not how the internet operates, right? I had there was one comment specifically that was all like, oh, fucking, like, he was trying to like call me out in a sense, which was kind of funny. He's all like, oh, like a lot of people are asking, and the creator isn't even really like, you know, the creator's not actually commenting or anything. And it was really weird, because like from that perspective, it was like, okay, so in his purview, he's basically just thinking that I'm there reading every single comment on a short video I made like a week ago at that point, a week plus, like a week and a day or whatever. And he's expecting that I'm reading every single comment and apparently actively engaging in every single comment, which you can just, you know, see is just like incorrect. But that's not the point. It was an odd comment, but I felt that it was at least valid in a sense. So I basically told him like, hey, here's the thing. This video is like a week old and has like just started really popping off. I got way better things to do than just sit and read comments all day. And specifically, more so to the point, 99% of the people that are commenting and like asking that question, this could be a bold assumption of me, they're not interested in an actual answer, right? So somebody gave me somebody bought something. Nice. They're not interested in an actual answer. They're not interested in engaging in any sort of conversation around the topic. They're just, what did I say specifically? Where's the comment? Because I actually kind of liked the way I phrased. Here it is. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, number 2, 98% of people asking aren't actually interested in an answer. They just want to master debate, because they're chronically online. Tango on Twitch, thanks for the gifted sub. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Big dubs. Thank you, Tango. So yeah, they're not actually interested in an answer. They just want to master debate because they're chronically online, bored, and jaded. I can't tell you how often Dustborn or Veilguard have come arbitrarily up in some people's comments, which is another thing entirely. I feel like a lot of people are sort of transferring their own frustrations around other aspects of the gaming genre just from like one genre to another, not really like any specific genre, just or not genre, any specific game, just they just pick up individual instances of perceived wrongdoings, and just carry that baggage with you. Interesting choice of verbiage. Yeah. With the whole master debate thing. I mean, like it's true. A lot of people online aren't actually interested in substantive, engaging conversation, right? A sharing of ideas. They just want to either have their own viewpoints confirmed for them, or they just want to talk for the sake of talking. I'd have to like go in and look for an example, which I feel like I wouldn't actually need to dig very hard. But sorry about that. Readjust. There were so many people who just like went off into like they asked like the initial question, and then they just, or at least maybe not directly, but in some form or fashion, they asked like the initial question. Excuse me. And then they just go into this like diatribe where it's very clear, like, oh, okay, you're not actually interested in engaging with the conversation. You just want to complain because, Veilguard was disappointing, or Outer Worlds 2 was underwhelming, or something, stuff like that, where it's very clear that they are more concerned about other things than the topic at hand, or getting this specific question answered. Fallout New Vegas touches on a lot of political philosophies and how misinterpreted they were in its universe. And that's one of the things I think is super interesting, right? Because we can say that there's also, just as like a general call to action for all you guys. I know we got a bunch of people in chat right now. If anybody has like any actual questions, because I know I fucking yap and I take forever to actually get to my point. This stream is mostly going to be like me going over and talking about a lot of aspects of Fallout that would be considered or could be read as, quote unquote, woke. Sorry, I was looking at one of the comments. I just noticed one of the comments says like, I bet this guy only likes Fallout 3 and 4 and never played Fallout 1 and 2. Fucking most of the fandom has never played 1 and 2 at this point. Gee whiz. But if anybody has like, a specific question, absolutely go feel free to ask, because this is basically what this live stream is primarily going to be about. Actually talking about the substantive parts of Fallout, the stories, the narratives, the actions, the choices, and why they are, considered or could be considered, again, quote unquote, woke. Which in and of itself is a very interesting concept, because the term specifically, or at least the term in which definitionally it's defined, is just like the acknowledgement or engagement in conversations of societal, like societal equality, societal equity, social justice, all that stuff, which is really funny because it doesn't stipulate like approving of those things. So all of the people who are engaging in this conversation or aware of the conversation definitionally are woke, which is just really funny in a sort of verbiage sort of way. You're the only real Fallout fan. Wait, no. You're only a real Fallout fan if you've played Brotherhood of Steel. Yeah, right, exactly. If you haven't played Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, not a real fan. If you like any other game besides Brotherhood of Steel, not a real fan. If you haven't played the Fallout pinball game, oh god, yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much the plan for today. We're gonna rap about Fallout, right? So let me see here. Where's the thing? So I don't really have like an actual, because Did I mention that? Originally, what I was gonna do. So I did sort of like a bit of deep diving, a bit of research, a bit of oh god, a bit of big brain contemplating. You know, I'm out here fucking strutting the thinker pose, like, you know, really putting the neurons to the test here, right? And fuck it, like, you know, I did all this like, you know, cross-referencing and, like, you know, research and stuff like that across every Fallout game that has been put out, or at least, like, you know, the main ones, right? Like the biggest ones that people would have, you know, larger opinions about. We're talking Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76, right? I'm deeply remorsefully sorry for all of the 5 Fallout Tactics fans, or I guess based on the size of my audience, all of the Fallout Tactic fan that is in my audience right now, who's kind of sad that I'm not going to be talking about the objectively best game in the series. But as far as like the big ones, right? That's primarily what you know, the focus of for this live stream is. And it's so, like, the interesting thing is I feel as if there's a lot more, because there's 2 different kinds of commentary when it comes to the Fallout universe, right? The first is sort of like the meta commentary, right? The commentary around the people who make the games, the time period that they're made in, and like the studios themselves, right? So when it comes to that specifically, as far as studios go, the big 3 are going to be Interplay / inXile, also Black Isle Studio, because that was like the original holder, Bethesda, and Obsidian. And then you have the individual creators, the individual developers, which are mostly like, not like all the developers, right? But like the main people, right? Which are going to be like Tim Kaine, Josh Sawyer, and what's his name? Because there's also Urquhart, but he hasn't really been like a main focus. Chris Avalon, that's it. And what's interesting is a lot of the times there's either when it comes to the older games, specifically like Fallout 1, and Fallout 2, I guess, but like mostly Fallout 1, there's a lot of focus from people who are like, oh yeah, you know, Fallout is woke. It was created by a gay man. And like, you know, sure, I guess I don't really see that as being so there's that, right? And then there's also like, you know, oh, like Fallout New Vegas is good because Obsidian made it, or like Fallout 4 is bad because Bethesda made it, or Fallout 3 is bad because Bethesda made it. It would have been so much better if inXile had made their original Fallout 3, if Black Isle had made Van Buren, right? There's the commentary that specifically includes those aspects of the development of these games, and that's a meta commentary thing. And I feel as if that's not really a critique or an analysis or an observation of the games themselves, and more so the creation of those games, and delving more into, like, you know, what sort of messaging or what sort of conversations are the creators of these games trying to push. They usually, so like that's something that like people on the, I guess, defensive side, very surface level critique. Yeah. And it's like, I sort of get it, right? There's a lot of like, what is it? Maybe not a lot of, but it's impossible to separate ideology from design, because it's an artistic endeavor, right? There is going to be some sort of narrative messaging that is either intentionally or unintentionally presented, whether that's, you know, conversations around like class struggle and hierarchy, like in Cyberpunk. The perception of absolute justice versus fairness. Lots of conversations like that. Those are present in just about any story, any game, right? Not those specifically, but stories like that. There is no story that can be told that doesn't in some form or fashion have some kind of messaging to it, some kind of ideology attached behind it. It's just not possible unless you're making like literal children's games, right? Like one of the things from like a while ago that I still think about and still always gives me a little bit of a tickle is there's I actually don't know if it's been updated recently. I recently like pulled it up just as like a reference point, and I don't remember seeing any like new games, maybe in like the last 2 years or something. But there is like like the woke games detector on Steam. I think that's the name of the group. And they have like an actual list, like these are all the woke games and stuff like that. Funnily enough, a lot of the games that maybe not inherently, but they identify as being like, not woke are like really simple puzzle games, very like basic FPS games. And then hilariously, I don't even really know why they decided to like specifically include these games, but they have like the entire humongous entertainment catalog, which is like, Putt Putt and Fatty Bear and Freddy Fish and stuff like that, Pajama Sam and whatnot, actual children's games made for children. Where like because I played some of those games myself when I was a kid. They're fucking bangers. They're absolutely awesome. Putt Putt Goes to the Moon is fucking 10 out of 10, best game ever. Like no joke, like 100%. I love that game growing up. But their stories aren't crazy or anything. Like the Pajama Sam one was like, oh, I gotta go find my flashlight, and he like fucks around in like a spooky world for a little bit, and it's like, okay, that's cool and everything. There's no like fucking Pajama Sam fights capitalism or Freddy Fish takes on Freddy Fish becomes an eco terrorist or anything like that. There's none of that. There's none of that shit because it's for kids, and it's like, okay, I guess it's good that now I know that it's not a woke game, but like I don't know too many hardcore gamers that are concerned about, woke politics that are out here all like, oh my God, I can't play all these modern games. I need to play like something that doesn't like constantly shove politics in my face. What's on the catalog? And then you see like, oh, thank God I can play the humongous entertainment games. It's like, come on. Let's be so for real right now, right? let's be so for real. Okay. Question. Let's see. How do your culture wars, neutral/antagonistic friends react to SJW messaging, virtue signaling in games? So I don't really have anybody in my like friend circle or that like interacts with me on the Discord server that is like inherently like culture war focused and aren't like oh, SJW people are bad, stuff like that. There's a couple people in the server who are a bit more like critical of certain aspects of the of those sorts of individuals who have a larger focus on those talking points, or specifically when it comes to games specifically, because you said like signaling in games, are usually just kind of like I guess the easiest way to say it is they're just fucking adults. And they're just like, well, I'm not super thrilled about this, but it's like, just play something else. or like, I'll just get past that part of the game and then, have fun with the rest of the game, right? I think there's a lot of people, specifically the people who actually played Starfield, who have like, oh, I don't care too much about like this specific aspect of it or whatever. I just, don't play that mission, or just speed through that mission. And then I can go back to doing like, this, that, or the other thing. But at the same time, I would imagine that there's not really a large amount of people specifically who play like, Starfield, who are of that sort of regard, right? Hello, Maddie. How's it going? Let's see here. Oh yeah, that list. If you get, the woke propaganda list. I can't play these Fina Teletubby, these Scion Teletubbies anymore. As soon as I put, where is it? As soon as I put the disc, Tinky Winky starts citing the Communist Manifesto. Hell yeah. It's going well. We're suffering here in West Virginia due to the tornado and flooding. That sucks. That's rough. Yeah, it's been kind of weird here too. We had like in Portland, we had a micro heat wave for like 2 days, and then like yesterday, there was like was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Yeah. It like the heat broke, and then it rained, and like it rained heavy for like 20 minutes. Like it damn near flooded our street, which is crazy because we don't live. And we live in Portland. Portland is not like a flood area, right? So like it was a lot of rain. There was a TikTok video I saw from somebody else who lived somewhere else in like the greater Portland metro area. So like you step outside and it's hot, but then like it's raining, the sun is out, and then in their video specifically, it was also hailing. It was wild. It like. The past couple of days, that yesterday specifically, was a weird one, weather-wise. Yeah, but, other than that, it's sort of typical summer. West Virginia never gets tornadoes, so it's scary. I think Tornado Alley shifted. It could be. Fucking, like, climate change is fucking kicking all of our asses. I think you meant clarify. To clarify, I think corporations as entities only care about profit, and they will intentionally throw in virtue signaling bones to expand audiences, scope, or PR. And like, yeah, you're not wrong, right? And there is definitely like, specifically when it comes to like trying to get more people interested in playing their games, there is a conversation around like, there are people who have like valid concerns as far as I interpret it, as far as I consider them to be valid, because it's my way or the highway. Who do have like concerns like, this is stuff that's not being like pushed naturally. It's being pushed by like, the fucking like the studios, and they're trying to like, do this and do that. But then like it all just comes down to like, okay, yeah, sure, they're trying to get more people interested in playing their games. I don't see what the big deal is. But they're all like, oh, like it's a fucking it's a psyop, or they're trying to push like fucking, radical ideology down our throats and stuff. Like, no, they're just trying to talk about subjects that are, not representative, but indicative or relevant to these specific groups of people that they're trying to get to come into their gaming space. That's how this works. That's how these people design games, to appeal to like, bigger audiences. That's how they grow. So it's like, on that aspect, when it's like, when it there is the argument that like, oh, a lot of, in certain situations it feels forced. And I get that, right? I remember one commenter in that video was basically like, the difference is like one was forced and the other is nuanced or something like that. It's also kind of weird because there's a lot of people who are all like, oh, like these aspects of the game weren't woke. They were just good writing. And it's like, yeah, because they were actually trying to say something. It's so fucking weird. Like to go back to all that, like, research and like data stuff I was looking at, fucking, it's really interesting. because there's two different. Oh, I missed one. It's been raining nonstop here in my part of Alaska, but now it's almost bone dry. Luckily, the wind is still going here, so no bugs. Well, that's good. Bugs will get you. But it was so interesting. So like, I think like Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 are the things that a lot of people point to. I mean, you know, specifically because those are like the modern games. They cast wide nets to get more cashola. Exactly, right? And it's like, to the extent that that's a good or bad thing is, you know, a part of the conversation. But that's sort of like a separate conversation around like, oh, they're trying to like push this these ideologies down our throat. That verbiage specifically was something that came up a lot in the video, in like the comments and stuff like that, which was, I don't know. It's just weird to me that so many people who are concerned about like, you know, like these sort of like identity focused, you know, talking points, are so concerned with stuff being, you know, shoved down their throats. Seems a little sus to me to phrase it like that. There was one guy specifically who said something like, like, I can hear how obese you are through the video, which I also thought was kind of weird. One, it's just like, well, that's kind of rude. But then it's also like, bro, why are you thinking about other men's bodies? That's okay. Like, you do you, but like, it seems like you're the type who would be not of that ilk, or who would claim to not be of that ilk. So like, I don't. Okay, you know, yeah, whatever. But like, I'm just saying, I'm getting mixed messages. And the culture war, grifter content creators will use it to pit people against each other and get ad revenue. Again, money moves. Yeah, exactly. And like that specifically is, I think, a large part of the conversation. There's a lot of people who are, because I feel like the framing around it has like really changed. Like, from a lot of the comments that I saw in that video, there's a lot of people who say like, oh, like New Vegas was like the best one. It had the best stories. It had the best writing. It had the best characters. There were a lot of comments that were like, oh yeah, you know, it has gay people, but like, you know, that's not like, you know, a big focus. And they're not like constantly talking about like, oh, I'm gay, blah, 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 which is weird, because I can't really think of many games where like that was the big focus of a character or of a storyline. Having played Veilguard, that was definitely like a big part of, It's been a while since I played Veilguard. What was her name? The Canary, who eventually started identifying as like non-binary, if I remember correctly. It's like, okay, but like, why can't there be? Why is it so offensive or so oppressive for there to be a storyline, like one specifically, where it's like, this is, you know, an identity thing? Because it was also sort of like a culture thing, right? Tosh, that's it. That's what it was. Funnily enough, I really liked her character. Sorry, their character and their storyline. It wasn't like, you know, the greatest. It wasn't even my favorite in the game, but it was. I thought it was, you know, engaging. I thought it was interesting-ish, especially with the way Canary culture is. It's a very like warrior-focused society. And while I don't think there was any sort of like commentary on like, oh, like as a girl, she's seen as like lesser. If I remember correctly, there wasn't any commentary around that specifically, but it was interesting, specifically the way they designed it. I, again, don't think it was the most well-designed thing. I like the necromancer companion guy's story a little bit better. His was great. He had a great he had a fantastic storyline. But again, like for a story to focus on a character's identity struggles, whether that's with, you know, whether that's like in BioShock, where it's like, am I free? Am I actually a free person? Or in like, you know, Call of Duty, what was the one? Was it Spec Ops? Was that the one with the fucking like white phosphorus and like, oh my God, I'm a war criminal and stuff like that? You know, that's still sort of like a focusing on identity, right?
But then I guess it's just bad to have those stories or their conversations when it talks about gender or sex, which is weird because I would argue that a lot of these people would be like anti-free, would be like pro-free speech and like anti-censorship and stuff. So it's like, why are we limiting the things that we can talk about specifically when it relates to like this topic, right? It seems odd. It seems weird. It seems like a strange focus. But like when it comes to Fallout, right? It's interesting because like I said, with the first game, there wasn't a very large conversation around a lot of like, what would be considered woke or like progressive storylines, right? It was a very straightforward conversation. Mostly because it was it was an older game, specifically the way that they designed the game. Only like so many stories can be talked about, right? They definitely touched on aspects of like racism and persecution with the ghouls specifically. There was always like a little bit of narrative around corporate greed and excessive capitalism with like Vault-Tec and the pre-war companies. Environmentalism, just in the very nature of it being a post-apocalyptic game that was brought about by nuclear war, and or like the Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, exactly. That's actually probably an amazing. That's actually a genuinely amazing point that I probably wouldn't have thought of on my own, which is funny because I have played so much Baldur's Gate. But yeah, the Dark Urge is also a really great point when it comes to like identity, right? Spoilers for the Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3. But the reveal with the Dark Urge is that they are actually not just to sort of simplify. They are not only an acolyte or a disciple of the god of murder. They are actually like born of the god of murder, right? So they lost their memory and they start having like all these visions, all these thoughts inside their heads, an urge to kill, dark urges. Oh, that's where it came from. So they have all these like internal calls to violence, right? And over the course of the game, you either lean into these this calling or you reject it. And that's a whole conversation around identity and goodness and not individuality, but agency and stuff like that. They're all like, it's a really, really good it is a written out plot line, but it's also sort of like not like a non-linear story. It's a very well designed system that asks a very important series of questions in its narrative. And that specifically would be considered woke because it's talking about identity. Sure, it's not talking about like, your identity as far as it pertains to like gender or like, attraction or anything like that. But then again, like, why is that problematic to talk about? Why is that an issue to talk about? They say that video games are for a mature audience and public where you can talk and see about everything. At least at the same time, they wanted to be sanitized and kiddie friendly. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's valid to sort of be like uncomfortable. I think that too many people are just not used to being uncomfortably in a narrative sense, right? When it comes to engaging in stories, right? There's I don't really like talk about it too much because I basically like grew up on horror movies. I have very strong memories of just like renting a myriad of different things from Hollywood Video when video rental stores were still a thing. When I was in like high school and shit. But I was watching all these sort of like fucked up movies, right? Not all of them very good, but a lot of them, like, you know, horror in general. And horror is very good at creating uncomfortable situations. Modern horror isn't really good at telling uncomfortable stories, right? Or at least most of the time. And even then, sometimes it's difficult to tell the kind of story you want to tell in a way that isn't like, oh, this is like actually legitimately going to get me like banned from actually putting this movie out. Funnily enough, and this is probably like the nth degree, as the conversation could go. There is a director by the name of Tom Six. If that name sounds familiar to anybody, congratulations. We run in the same circles. I'm so sorry. But he's the guy who made the Human Centipede movies, right? And it was always with that franchise just constantly pushing the envelope. I learned recently that he has a new movie, not out, but he made a new movie. And for the past several years, he's been trying to find a distributor for it, and nobody wants to pick it up. Absolutely no one. Probably partially because of his own reputation as a director, and the kinds of movies that he makes, but also probably a little bit because of the context of the movie. The context. Oh wait, hold on. Side note: I do think that the scene where you denounce Ball and then get brought back to by Withers, cough, cough, Yurgle, brings you back is such a beautifully done scene. I haven't done that scene myself. I've actually been trying to run through like, you know, a good guy playthrough before going in and doing Dark Urge and just like, you know, fucking mining it like shit and going absolutely hog wild with it. So I haven't done that storyline yet, but I do know about that scene. Like, yeah, that's a pretty well designed scene, especially with the whole like in the way that storyline plays out, the reveal of Wither's identity and stuff, right? And like why he's there and whatnot. Because it's one thing to have him be there as like, you know, an additional force against the Absolute and stuff like that, but it's another thing entirely for him to be there for that reason, but then to also be there to, you know, pull you back after you have rejected Ball as the Dark Urge. I think that's really cool, and it just shows specifically his you know, his divine presence and whatnot. But with this movie, the basic premise is it's about like I forget what the name is, but it's basically like about a group of like wealthy women specifically who find, we'll say, deep enjoyment out of watching like bad things happen to people, like really bad things and stuff, right? Which, like, you know, on its surface, like, yeah, I can see how again, with who the director is and whatnot, I can see how that would probably be a hard pitch for a lot of distributors. But then, like, I see that, right? I hear and I learn about something like that, and then I also think a lot about the splatterpunk genre, which I absolutely don't want to go into too deep of conversation about, because it's a pretty fucking extreme genre. But it is a genre of narrative writing specifically. There's like every once in a while like a movie that sort of falls into the same genre, but it's not usually to the same degree. But there's a lot of like, you know, not really novels, but like stories, books in the genre. And the thing with those genres is it's often written to be intentionally overly like hyper gory, hyper violent, and often to an intimate degree in a lot of cases. But the interesting thing is there's a lot of instances in which the narrative is used to reach a specific narrative point, right? It's always going for some kind of messaging, right? Most of the time, or at least the ones that at least the stories that I've engaged with and have examined in a sense. So those stories are always like, you know, all this like crazy fucked up stuff happens, and it's all towards a specific narrative point, right? And when we're engaging with media and we're engaging with storytelling, there's fucking like shit's just going crazy on screen here. There's a fucking giant bat flying around. There's some kind of fucking giant green explosions going off in the background. Like fucking shit's getting wild in the cranberry bog. God damn. But that's the whole point. It's crazy stuff happening, uncomfortable stuff happening for a narrative point. And it's not even anything specific towards like anti-woke people or, you know, people who have like, you know, poor it's a vehicle of storytelling towards a point that often gets lost on a lot of people. There are people who will often conflate like, oh, you know, because this subject is about something that is specifically trauma inducing, like assault, or like bad things happening to kids or whatever, that the individual reading it is like, you know, cool with that stuff or is enjoying that stuff. Which isn't the case at all. It's like, you know, bad things happen to people, sometimes really bad, but they're part of a story that tells a larger point. There's definitely books like that are like, you know, this is the point. That's like the vast majority of stories though. And I think that when it comes to that, as far as that conversation relates to like, you know, topics specifically in these spaces around ideology, or not ideology, but like identity, sexuality, attraction, stuff like that. Oh, nuke drop. Boom. Hell yeah. Great vantage point. Fantastic vantage point. Part of me thinks I should probably go over there and at least stand around to get the free legendary. I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll skip on this one. Little green explosions are still going off there. Wasn't there something about let's see, a very eventful ASMR today? I know, right? Wasn't there something about excessive wanting to change obsession to make Bear more of a good guy? I don't know about that specifically, but that's another thing I see. I mean, not to go off on a whole other tangent, but that's another thing I've seen with like a lot of people, specifically with that movie. If anybody hasn't seen Obsession, we're going to be talking about spoilers with it. I'm sorry. Obsession is really interesting because it is a character-driven storyline, and it is a story in which like the bad guy is the main character, and he's like objectively bad, but there's a lot of readings to his character where he's also sort of like the victim, and so there's a lot of people. He is a victim, right? But he is also intrinsically in the wrong and like objectively a bad guy, right? But there are a lot of readings of his character from that angle, which I don't think are inherently incorrect, but I think are sort of like missing the whole point of the story in that specific case. But yeah, I feel as if there, like, again, I don't know if there was any like actual pushes to make him more of a good guy, but I feel like the story would have been a lot more of a muted narrative experience, right? It wouldn't have, like, if Bear like halfway through realized like, oh my god, I've done bad and I need to be like a good person and whatnot. I need to stop being like so selfish and you know, self-centered and shit like that, and I need to save the girl. I forget what her name is. I watched the movie. It was so fucking good. It actually kind of really made me a little uncomfortable at the end because I went to go see it and I was the only one in the theater. And the movie ends with just like the fucking main character gal just like screaming and crying and like absolutely distraught for the entire length of the credits. So that was that was a real bummer. Watching in like a theater by myself. made me feel like I was gonna walk out and a fucking man in a trench coat was gonna walk up to me and like, sir, can we have a brief conversation? He's gonna show me a badge and shit. But to the original point that I was getting at, I think that there's a lot of people who are just uncomfortable with being uncomfortable during a narrative experience, whether that's because the narrative is focusing on something extreme or perceived intimate, or because they're just like not comfortable with the subject matter that's being talked about. I think that there's a real problem with not being okay with being uncomfortable with a story, right? Again, don't get me wrong. There are some stories where it's like, this story made me uncomfortable, and we should probably start asking a whole lot of questions about the person that wrote it, right? I don't remember what the name of the book was or what the name of the author was. But I remember seeing a video that was talking about, I believe, like a British author, and she wrote this story, and the story is wildly uncomfortable. But from what I remember, it's basically about a 13-year-old who develops like attractions for like, she might even be younger. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Chat. My brain tried to block this one out because it was so fucked up. But it was from the perspective of a character who's like very, very young. And she has all these like adult feelings about like somebody her dad's age, right? Like, 35 plus. Fucking closer to my age. God damn it. I'm so fucking unk right now. But to that perspective, right? And it wasn't written in it. And I'm not even okay. So I don't remember the name of the movie. I should probably actually look it up because that's going to make my story a lot more that's going to make my this topic a lot more focused, right? There was this movie that came out. I think the actress was Ellen Page back when she was Ellen, not I can't even remember what her name is right now, or what his name is right now. But Tony Andre, thank you for the follow. Elliot, that's it. I don't know why my brain couldn't think of that. It's like the most obvious thing. But yeah, it was back when he was Ella Page. And the story was basically about this guy who meets up with hard candy. That's it. You guys knew exactly what I was fucking thinking about. The story is basically about this guy who meets up with who he believes to be like a teenage girl for I'm trying to remember the way that Hank Hill put it in the newest season of King of the Hill. It was actually really funny. Amorous Congress, that was it. God, he has such a way with words. But he was looking to engage in amorous conduct with an underage girl. But it turns out that this underage girl was actually like a 30-year-old woman with like, dwarfism, not dwarfism specifically, but like it has a much more childish adult look to her. And it's basically just going around and, fucking with pedophiles and stuff like that. So to that aspect, it is a very uncomfortable story that is driving towards a very specific narrative ending, right? It's not, trying to make the guy in this instance out to be any sort of like, redeemable figure. It's just a bad person who has a bad thing happen to him. Dope. This book, though, that was not that. It was very sort of like romanticizing and like apologetic in a sense. What the hell are you people watching? Sheesh. There's, like I said, as I was talking about, I have seen a lot of horror movies. Some of them really good, some of them really bad, and some really towing that line as far as like discomfort goes, right? But all that is to say, there are definitely some stories where like this is a very uncomfortable read, specifically because of the messaging that it's trying to put out there, right? Oh, relations with underage people is good. That's bad. That's not an okay thing to be comfortable with. But then you have other stories, like a lot that we see in like Fallout, right? They're like, not just Fallout, but like any game. where it's like, oh, this character, like their whole thing is like, you know, they have issues, not even really like issues with their identity, but sometimes it's just like they are engaging in a plot line or a storyline that is talking about or in some way has something to do with their identity. Like, for example, in Handmaid's Tale is a hard watch or read. That's another really good example of like a storyline that is uncomfortable, but like the narrative messaging isn't uncomfortable, right? But it's using those more uncomfortable elements or narratives towards a larger point, which in my opinion makes those stories really good, because they're able to use that feeling of uncomfortability towards a point, right? Like I said, I don't want to get into too much about splatterpunk specifically, but there's a specific book that I'm thinking of that is often considered like the worst one. As somebody who has read it, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. It goes fucking insano style, crazy style. But, sorry, smacking the mic there. But the larger focus or the larger narrative point is more so leaning towards like how resilient people can be, how much horrible, awful stuff that they can go through just in their lives, right? It doesn't even have to be like violent or visceral or anything. Just how much bad stuff somebody can go through and still come out the other end okay, right? I think that's a great message. The thing is that it's delivered in such an uncomfortable package that a lot of people aren't going to engage with it, which I think is valid. But it more so gets to my point. There's a lot of storylines that a lot of people will experience, and it makes them uncomfortable for whatever reason. But I think there's specific instances in which that uncomfortability is sort of part of the experience. Maybe not intrinsically, right? One of the things I was getting at there was, if I remember correctly, in Fallout New Vegas, Veronica's whole storyline was partially, not entirely, but partially fueled by the fact that the Elder and a lot of the other people in the vault, in the bunker, aren't the most supportive of her relationship. And then also the again, not the main focus, but a larger part of the entire incident that involves Father Elijah is that if I remember correctly, he was also trying to like break up or in some way come between Veronica and Christine, because he was like trying to use Christine for like fucking, you know, the fucking weird medical shit that he was doing, if I remember correctly. I might be misremembering that specifically, but a lot of the conflict that was going on around her storyline in a way was rooted in her identity. It just wasn't like about her identity. It was about the way that people are reacting to her situation. And I think that was a really good example of how a storyline like that can be written. Whether or not it should be written that way is, you know, subjective and stuff like that. But yeah, there's moments where, well, I guess the whole uncomfortability thing is sort of a separate thing, but there's a lot of storylines where being in those awkward situations is part of the experience. That's not always the case when it comes to these people who are like, oh my God, they're pushing like ideology and stuff down our throat. But I do think it is a sort of misreading of a lot of these situations where like the story isn't a promotion of any sort of like ideology or like messaging or anything. It's just a story about someone wherein the narrative has in some way something to do with who they are as a person. And I think, me personally, you know, having like a major issue with that is fucking soft and I like that's actually ridiculous. That's fucking absurd. Which is funny because we can tie that back to Hard Candy, because the bad guy, the bad dude, the dude in that movie is not somebody who, you know, should be like, it's the narrative of the story happened because of something attached to that character's identity, but it's not something where it's like, oh yeah, you know, if this is just like an aspect of who he is and stuff, like, that's fine. You know, I don't see a problem with that. No, objectively, he's a bad person. and you know, there are definitely some people who are like, oh my god, they're gay or blah blah blah, whatever, that means they're a bad person. That's sort of like a completely other conversation. But it's just wild to me how people can play not Fallout specifically, but a lot of these games that not focus, but include these conversations around people's identity. And okay, that was just I thought a fucking snallygaster popped up on my on my porch or something for a second. I was like, what the fuck? But they're like, it, I don't know. That just seems odd to me, right? Especially since it sort of goes back to the meta narrative that I was talking about when it comes to Fallout. Like, oh, the original games were made by a gay man. That means they're woke. And like, it doesn't intrinsically make them woke, right? There's been a lot of people, both gay and straight, that have made stories about like, you know, straight people, LGBTQ people, including gay, lesbian, and then also trans people. There's been fucking all kinds of people who have written those stories, and it doesn't really change or have any sort of impact on any of them. And it's not a denotion of specifically like, this is a good story, this is a bad story. Mandrill. Oh. Who's Mandrill? Oh, yeah. And even in superhero stuff, you have characters like Mandrill, Purple Man, Mad Hatter, or stories like Avengers 2000 and Judas Contract. I can't say I know any of those stories, but comic books is also like a place where stories that like have some sort of root or connection in like a character's identity are also like that's a big place for those kinds of stories to happen too. And like, there's some people who have a problem with it, but to the same degree that there's people who have a problem with those similar things in Fallout or just like gaming in general, it's just weird. I also have the comment section of that video opened up, and somebody just like 15 minutes ago, how is Fallout New Vegas a woke fest, Goofy? Well, let's see. Dead Man's Macaroni, fabulous name, by the way. Fucking join the stream and I'll tell you. Not like he's fucking watching the stream anyway, or fucking has any sort of plans to do so. But when it comes to the franchise specifically, to sort of like get back on Fallout itself, yeah, there's always been conversations like that, and I sort of talked about earlier in the stream, there's sort of two different conversations, right? There's two different versions of what woke is, you know, quote unquote. There's the focus specifically. There's the dictionary definition, where it's talking specifically about anything having to do with any sort of social situation. Let me pull up like an actual fucking make myself look dumb. Because there's like a specific verbiage to it, right? Let's see. Okay, so since the 1930s, or it says or earlier, good job. Okay, thanks Wikipedia. Real specific. Since around the 1930s, it refers to the awareness of racial persecution and discrimination, often in the construct, quote, stay woke, recorded since at least 1924. Okay, so yeah, probably closer to the 20s, but still, it is mostly focused on it said like the original version, because the original version came from African American English. It's mostly focused on bigger issues that, you know, focus on the community, right? But is that superpower? That's basic biology. Marvel villains uses pheromone to mind control women. I think I remember that one. Yeah, that was yeah. There's a lot of really weird and kind of problematic Marvel characters and just superheroes, like comics in general throughout the years. That's a whole different thing. But yeah, so like the like more so like original focus was just around like being aware of like social inequalities, right? And that includes like, you know, gender and race-based equality, LGBTQ rights. It's sort of evolved since then to focus on a lot of like social justice issues, conversations around like democracy, authoritarianism. In some cases, specifically when it comes to like Fallout, as in sort of a conceptual manner, it also deals with like AI rights, and you know, healthcare, environmentalism. You know, a lot of the stuff that intrinsically Fallout talks about and has sort of been talking about since like at least Fallout 2, right? Because Fallout 1 set a lot of the like groundwork, right? There was a lot of like floor building with Fallout 1, right? That's just how it had to be. That's how the games worked. I'm gonna move to a different location in game. Let's go let's go here. Just for funsies. But this is a change of scenery. But so like Fallout 1 was like laying the groundwork and like building the environment for like for so much of that, right? For so many for just the creation of the world itself, right? That's their onus. That's what they were doing with Fallout 1. It's often kind of funny when people talk about like the original Fallouts and like, oh my God, Fallout 2 was like the best thing, or like, you know, different conversations around the original Fallout. And then they're all like, a lot of people prop up Fallout 2 as like the best Fallout game, which is like, you know, fair. It's a pretty solid entry. Very good storyline, beginning, middle, end. But when it comes to a lot of the narrative focus, people tend to focus mostly on like the outcome of that, because one of the things that they point to, especially when talking about like Tim Kaine, is like they don't really take into account, or are even in some cases aware, that Tim like never really wanted to make a second Fallout game because he didn't really feel like there was a lot more that could be said. And I think it's interesting from that perspective, because when we look at Fallout 2 compared to Fallout 1, Fallout 2 actually really starts leaning a lot more heavily into a lot of quest lines and a lot of conversations and stories that lean more into what most people would be considered, you know, woke ideology at this point. It expands on, you know, the whole conversation around ghouls as a not as a metaphor, but as a stand-in for like, you know, post-apocalyptic racism, right? It leans more into the conversation around like societal prejudice and like class what is it? Not class struggle, but like class divide, right? In society. What is it? Was it Vault City? Was that the... Hold on, I actually have this pulled up here. Was it Vault 15? No, Vault 15 was the one Tandy was originally from. Or not Tandy, but you know, that's where like fucking like the Shady Sands and some of the Raider clans were from. Okay, yeah, it was Vault City. So like Vault City is really interesting because like there's the people who are like actual Vault residents, right? Or are like in some way connected to and a part of like the Vault Society. But then there's people who live on like the outside of the Vault who are considered like lesser people, like second class citizens, because they're not from the Vault originally. So there's a bit of xenophobia. There's a bit of class divide. There's a bit of societal divide, prejudice, and like that was a much bigger feature in like that specifically. There's a shit ton more conversation around like the Institute of Slavery, the ethics, the ideology around it in Fallout 2 than almost any other Fallout game, right? New Vegas definitely dealt with a lot of it because, you know, had the Legion. But there hasn't been, besides New Vegas, there hasn't been any Fallout game that has talked about slavery as a concept and as an institution as much as Fallout 2. And then again, it also has like larger conversations, bigger conversations, because it's sort of like expanded more so into not just like pre-war corporations, but like modern businesses, right? A lot of the stuff or a lot of the economic conversations when it comes to like the hub, and it talks about like corruption and utilizing business or economics as a tool of oppression or subjugation in a sense. There's a lot bigger conversation that began in Fallout 2. And then it also sort of begins to lean into labor rights and stuff like that. I'm not going to go through like everything that it touches on, but there's a lot of conversations around like, you know, again, to go back to like Vault City, conversations about refugees and how they should be treated, public health care, which I know, like, because there was the followers in Fallout 1, and that could technically cover that. I think if I remember correct, Vault City was actually probably like the biggest, like, you know, wokest storyline for the entire game, because like Vault City covers so many different concepts, because like people in Vault City aren't supposed to actually, like, the people who don't live as like a part of the actual members of the Vault, like they don't get access to like healthcare and stuff like that. And it's, I don't know. There's obviously like because the NCR becomes like a bigger thing in Shady Sands. There's more conversations around like colonialism and imperialism, especially when it comes to what is it? I mean, not specifically, but like because the Enclave is also a thing. It all sort of like lumps into itself. Hello, it's Jess. I'm just gonna call you Jess. It's Jess J. What up? How's it going? We're yapping. we're fucking talking about how Fallout is so woke and crazy and everything. We've had one Thursday, yes, but what about a second Thursday? You know what? Hot damn, you might be onto something. Everybody's like, oh my God, what if we had another Friday? Like, no. What if we had another Thursday? Now we're using our big brains. Pretty good. What about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm yapping about how woke Fallout is. It's pretty dope. I remember talking to my uncle whose first PC game was Fallout 2. He said that Fallout 2 was divisive because of how much more raunchy it was compared to the first. It was fucking crazy. If I remember correctly, there's actually a perk that you can get for like having a whole lot of sex or getting like an STD or something like that. It was crazy. Fallout 2 was fucking like, Fallout 2 was nuts. The first, he also mentioned people complained about Fallout 1 being so divisive because it wasn't like Wasteland. So I guess hating on the newest game is a tradition at this point. Oh no, yeah, like unequivocally, Fallout New Vegas specifically, when that came out, so I was there when Fallout New Vegas came out, but I wasn't like as chronically online as I am now. But apparently when Fallout New Vegas first came out, it was also probably considered definitely considered at that time the worst Fallout game by a decent amount of the fan base. Probably maybe partially because it also had like a really launchy, buggy, or like not launchy. It had a really rocky, buggy, broken launch. So that probably very similar to like Fallout 76 created a lot of divide. But at the time, people were very, very torn about Fallout New Vegas. Funnily enough, probably because all of the, without it being like woke in the terms that we understand it today, probably because it dealt so heavily with so many more, again, quote unquote, woke talking points, right? Woke conversations. Talks about, systemic racism, again, slavery because of like Caesar's Legion and stuff like that. LGBTQ representation, democracy, colonialism, or imperial, specifically like imperialism when it comes to like the NCR, right? Probably more so based on just the stuff that they were actively doing narratively as an empire. But then a lot of the stuff as far as it relates to like the Great Khans and whatnot, all of those things, it would like, this is sort of like the thing that I've been like not really tiptoeing around, but like mostly starting to get to. New Vegas is the wokest Fallout game by a country mile. There is so many characters of the LGBTQ representation that takes center stage as a character in some form or fashion, either in a quest line or as like just learning about them, right? People fucking like complain like, oh my God, at least in Fallout New Vegas, they weren't pushing it down our throats. Fucking one of the NPCs that you can talk to in, I want to say West Side, but I know it's not West Side. I forget where it is specifically. But there's a building that has it's like a brothel, but it's like, it's like a bunch of like empty rooms, and then like 3 rooms specifically. One of them's like the old lady who's like the fucking manager of the place. Another is for this one gal, and the other is for this one guy. And I forget his name. Again, I'm fucking horrible with memory and stuff like this. I forget his name, but his whole story is that he used to be a Legion slave, and him and the legionary that he was owned by, they basically had a secret relationship, and it was like, it was all like romantical and stuff. He's like, oh my God, I know I'm not supposed to, but like I'm way big into you, and I want to kiss you, and I want to like fucking like touch hands and stuff like that, like all this stuff, right? Cool, great. And then it turns into this whole story about like he eventually started like freaking out that he was going to get found out, and so like he tried to have him killed, right? He tried to knock off his slave, who ended up escaping, and then got to the point where he's at now. Which just that entire narrative, that entire conversation you have with that guy is specifically about his identity and the story around the story that is involved because of his identity and stuff like that. And it's such a very intensely well written story too, because not only is it about a gay man. Oh, big shocker. The place near Red Lucy's, I think so. Again, I like that section of the map specifically. I'm so bad with like remembering and stuff, but it is very like it is in that like general vicinity. Let me get caught up here on the chat a little bit. Fallout tries to talk about bigotry, racism, classism. I mean, would they like would like they explore it more deeply, but I understand that at the end of the day, it's still a pew pew game. Yeah, and I mean, like like none of the stories specifically are like the deepest meditation on these things, but like they are present, and they are sort of like consistent and repetitive in a sense. Not repetitive, but like there's a lot of different instances where like identity sort of becomes a larger part of the storyline in some form or fashion. Again, like with that character specifically, his entire storyline mostly revolves around his relationship with that legionary, and it's really, really good. Because it leans into sort of like, the shame of like being in a relationship like that. I can't remember what the story was, but I remember a couple years ago, there was a guy who actually he killed another guy, and the whole like conversation around the story was because he was like worried that it was going to come out that they were both in like a romantic relationship, and he just like couldn't handle that, and so he sort of like jumped the gun and like, okay, well, if I just get rid of him, then there's no quote unquote problem here. And it's the exact same story that we saw in New Vegas, like to a T. And it's crazy because it deals with that conversation around like, being ashamed of your identity, being ashamed, or like being concerned about like how people are going to perceive you, being worried that you're not going to be accepted for who you are, all this stuff, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It's really well done. It's really well written. And I don't understand these people who are like, oh my God, how is New Vegas woke? How is Fallout conceptually woke? Fucking, I don't know. Some of these people are just like, what, like playing the game fucking blind and deaf, apparently, because like, with some games, right? Like I could see like, how's Fallout 1 or like, how's Fallout 1 woke, or how's Fallout 3, woke, blah, 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 like that stuff. I could see that in like those games specifically, the messaging and the narrative is a lot more subtle, or again, more so focused on like specific things, right? Like I'd say Fallout 3's biggest points are like, racism and slavery with the whole, they sort of go back to Fallout 2 and focus a lot more on like the persecution angle when it comes to like ghouls, with like Underworld and whatnot, and then like slavery as a concept and an institution when it comes to like Paradise Falls and stuff like that, which is like, because it's always sort of bothersome when it's like, because there's also people who just sort of like write that stuff off. It's like, oh, that's not woke, that's just good writing. And it's like, those two things are probably more mutually exclusive than you think. Like, not inherently, but they are like bigger, they are more closely lumped in because they're actually, trying to tell a deep and more narratively rich story. Let's see. Okay, so I got that one. Sorry, I gotta get caught up a little bit here. So like Cyberpunk 2077, a terrible launch, made the game hated, but now it's viewed as positive. Like, yeah, like there's a lot of games like that where like the initial observation or the initial launch is often highly criticized, and it just creates a negative feeling around the game. So whenever there's any sort of like engagement or conversation around it later, even if it's gotten into a better state, there's just people who will just intrinsically approach it from a bad faith angle. Fallout New Vegas, the clashing of libertarianism, liberalism, imperialism, fascism, and anarchy. That's actually a pretty valid way of bringing it up, or not bringing it up, but like summarizing it. Because yeah, New Vegas is a lot of like those clashing identities. I remember one person in the comment was basically like, "Fucking like what if like the main." I think he said something like the best faction in the entire game is like the ultra capitalist guy. Your argument that it's a woke game kind of falls flat there, and like, no, that actually makes my point stronger. That objectively makes it a more woke game. What? What are you talking about? Let's see here. I know we talked about it a lot last stream, but the pit and slavery is another good example. Yeah, that's actually another really great example in Fallout 3 specifically, where the narrative focuses a lot more on the reading and the conversation around the institution of slavery. The pit is actually a really great example. Because it's not just like, oh, is slavery good or bad, blah, 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 blah. But it's specifically like, is slavery or forced, subjugation of a population for a greater good, right? Because Asher in the pit is making people go through all of this stuff, being involved in all of this forced labor for a specific reason, so they can survive while they find a cure for the the Black Plague, whatever the specific thing was that they were that they had fucking going on. Fuck, I can't remember. I want to say Rust. No, fuck, what? Because Rust is in 76. I can't remember what it is, but it's the thing that turns them into trogs and stuff. But like, yeah, it's that specifically, that narrative, the way that narrative is designed is a very good way of approaching is a very good way of dealing with the conversation of slavery without it just being like, oh, slavery bad. It's to the extent, right? To the extent that it's bad, why, how? As I've gotten older, I've started to realize a lot more people than I thought don't actually fully understand what's going on around them or in media they consume. Yeah, and like that's part of the conversation, right? It's the decreasing of I don't want to say media illiteracy, because I do think that there are people out there who are engaging with the media they consume in a pretty decent amount of good faith. But there are a lot of hurdles when it comes to like I was talking about earlier, people not accepting being uncomfortable with certain narrative storylines, and then also sort of that like it is a little bit of media illiteracy in a sense, but there's also just like the different perspectives and the different places that people come from when talking about these storylines, where they either just don't pick up on certain things, or they just like inherently based on like where they are coming from, don't relate or can't empathize with a story or a specific narrative follow through that is being talked about. Let's see. It's about role-playing and being able to immerse yourself into said video game. That's the best part. It's whatever you make out of it. In a series like Fallout, the RPG elements let you go about the world however you'd like. You're only looking at the game one-sided. Yeah. The RPG elements are a big part of what makes a lot of the storytelling in Fallout stand out, right? And what more so lends itself better to storylines that talk about these bigger topics, right? A lot of people again point to New Vegas as being the best Fallout from an RPG sense, because it allows you to do a lot more in the game as far as how you approach stories and how you deal with specific situations, both from like a moral standpoint, but then also just like a gameplay standpoint. But again, with like the moral standpoint argument, they only can happen if you're being met with a challenging or engaging or well thought out storyline. And the only way we can actually have those sort of well thought out stories is if they are under, again, a quote unquote woke ideology presentation. Because like if you're presented with two, so let me for like a hyper specific instance, let's simplify the major conflict or the major problem, quote unquote, in Fallout New Vegas, which is the multiple different factions fighting over Hoover Dam, right? You got the we'll make it super simple. You got Caesar's Legion, the NCR, and House. Let's say that. You got Team Red, Team Blue, and Team Green. Obviously, red is the Legion. Fuck the colors. It just makes it more confusing. Point is, we got those three. So they all want to get, they all want control of the dam. Why do they want control of the dam? Because it is a major source of power. Already, right there, we've hit the woke wall. It's already political. It's about resources. the large governing factions want control of a resource, a limited resource. Bam. That's woke. We've already failed the challenge. But let's take it a step further. Let's say we're not considering resources resource obtain. That's not a real word, but you know, the obtaining of a vital resource and war itself as political, despite the fact that those are two of the most political things in the universe, right? Let's ignore those. Let's simplify the multiple different factions as to they are not political or, again, quote unquote, woke in any way, because including politics, we want politics out of our video games. And we don't want woke in our video games. What does the Legion look like? What does the Legion look like if we get rid of the concept of slavery or the concept of human survivalism, adaptation as their ideology? How do we go about thinking of them as a faction if we get rid of Caesar's whole fucking nonsensical? I was about to say carpe diem, but that's not it. His whole fucking Hegelian dialectic viewpoint, where world ideologies have to have some sort of antithesis for them both to meet their inevitable conclusion. How do we not engage? How do we create the Legion without any of that? Well, they're just guys in sportswear who just want to control Hoover Dam because, right? Because they need to charge their iPhones, right? It's not about fucking, what is it? It's not about powering their empire, right? They just need to charge their phones. That's it. What does the NCR look like if we remove all the politics and all the what do they look like if we remove the politics and we remove the imperialism and stuff like that? Well, they're just dudes who dress in like kind of army looking gear that they just want places where they can build farms and a house or two, maybe, and maybe have you pay taxes. That's woke too. That's politics too. Can't talk about taxation. Can't talk about agriculture. See, it's completely absurd. It's ridiculous. I don't understand what kind of games people of this mindset want to play, where they want these rich RPG experiences, but also don't want any sort of political conversation or quote unquote woke ideologies or conversations to be injected into their games. The two are tremendously mutually exclusive. It doesn't happen. It can't happen. Let me get caught up here. Where is it? Fuck. There it is. Okay. Is Asha whipping Todd into commenting on Reddit considering modern day slavery? No, I think Todd just does that shit in general. He said he's basically like a Reddit lurker, which is all like that's so Todd. That's exactly what that's exactly Todd Howard sort of that's his whole shtick. That's seems so intrinsically Todd Howard. I remember when Fallout Season 2 dropped, people complaining that Bethesda turned the Legion into a tribalist group of raiders and I don't know if I can say that word. I don't know either. But yeah, that was I remember seeing that take too. I remember seeing somebody who was like, "Oh my God, just watch. Fallout Prime is going to turn the Legion into a bunch of like MAGA fucking supporters who are like sexist and whatnot, or whatever the fuck." And like setting aside the whole like, oh, he didn't say MAGA specifically, but it is very like what is it? It is very like, oh, they're just gonna make them like sexist and racist and shit like that. And it's like, bro, You didn't even play the fucking game. How do you go about with Merry Christmas on your lips and say that the Legion isn't sexist at the very least, right? There's an argument for like, oh, fucking racist and shit like that. Okay, sure. Like it's a weak argument, but it's an argument nonetheless. Fucking the Legion isn't sexist, brother. What? Fucking ridiculous. Cass having her own trading company. Woke. Yeah. The nukes didn't just appear from nowhere one day. The whole story of Fallout is China and the U.S. Were at battle and bombed each other. Exactly. Yeah. And that in and of itself is incredibly political. I remember me and two of my friends were chatting anti-SGW stuff in Fallout 76 Discord, and I realized we were all playing female characters in a game, but yapping pro-traditionalist values. That's so funny. That's absolute cinema. It was political at its base. This is the China and the U.S. battling. It was political at its base, but it's like make-believe politics that nobody takes seriously. I'm, but I feel like you want real-world politics. So you're saying so let's see. I can't remember specifically if there was any sort of like major conversations around specifically what China was up to, what the U.S. was up to. In what is it? In early Fallout, right? Like Fallout 1 and 2. Probably in Fallout 2, Fallout 1 I'm not 100% sure of. But I do know that there was a lot more building up of China's presence and the US's presence on the geopolitical stage as far as the resource wars go, right? I know that Tim Kaine said specifically that he made China the big bad in the Fallout series as opposed to Russia, if I'm remembering correctly, because he like saw two Russian guys stumbling around outside his hotel room, drunk in the snow and like falling over and everything, and like, oh, there's no way these guys could be a problem. Which I thought was very funny. But he went with China. Again, like it was probably a little bit more like, their whole like, at the time, a lot more like communist socialist ideology in it, like clashing with the United States, hyper capitalism and whatnot. But like specifically to the point where it's like, it was political at its base, but it's make believe politics that nobody takes seriously. I don't intrinsically understand how in universe for the writing of Fallout, the major conflict of a literal world war in the Fallout universe based between the United States and China, even if we're going as far back as like the 1980s, the 1990s, the 1980s or the 1990s specifically, when the first Fallout game was written, I don't intrinsically understand how there can be in any sort of medium a almost blatantly obvious conflict between the United States, one of the world, if not the world's greatest superpower, coming into conflict with another one of, at the time, probably like top 5 world superpowers, and that not being at least somewhat reflective of real world politics. Right? I don't get that. I don't see that. Let me run use the restroom real quick, and then I got an interesting analogy, or not an analogy, but I got an interesting story around that specifically. That is incredibly topical. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Get all my stuff back up the way I want it. And then okay. Let's see. Ironically, right now, China versus U.S. is more relevant than it was when Fallout 1 was made. Yeah, but that's more of like a current modern thing, right? Like that, like back when Fallout 1 came out, like it wasn't as big of a thing, but it was also very like, you know, sort of a thing, but more of like a like built up like, oh, like what if the United States, kind of like, fuck, was it the movie Civil War that came out recently where it was like both Texas and California seceded from the United States, and it was like, it was an interesting political dynamic, it was an interesting setup, but it was one of those things where it's like, fucking, if we're at the point where Texas is joining up with California to secede from the United States, we have run into a timeline that is so intrinsically insane and fantastical that it probably wouldn't even be considered as a narrative structure in the realm of like nonfiction, right? Like that shit's fake as hell. That's a funny analogy though. Damon had a whole watertight conspiracy theory that Bethesda was briefed in the Pentagon to align their game narrative with major geopolitical currents to brainwash us. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe they are doing that. MAGA is practically the Enclave, but without John Henry Negan. I try not to associate any sort of modern day political ideology with any sort of like in-game political ideology, but like when it comes to like hardcore MAGA specifically, there is a lot of like really concerning overlap with the Enclave specifically, which is funny because like the Enclave were written to be sort of that like hyper patriotic, hyper xenophobic, like the most extreme of the extremes to just about every regard when it comes to like that form of ideology, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like George Lucas, where he's all talking about like, oh no, yeah, like the Empire was basically designed to be like, this is what like a hyper authoritarian version of like the United States is like an empire or something like that, right? I like that's not the exact verbiage, but that's like the basic concept, right? Which is like not just that specifically, but like it's I don't know. The reality is often stranger than fiction. Okay, but to that original point that chat made, it was political at its base, but it's like make believe politics that nobody takes seriously. There was, and I also made a video about this too. So for you guys who've been watching me for a long time, you will know that aside from being a huge Fallout fan, I enjoyed a myriad of other franchises, despite the fact that I absolutely abhor Ubisoft as like a company. In fact, I actually saw a content creator who said that Bethesda is probably like the worst gaming company right now. I find that to be personally insulting when companies like EA and Ubisoft still exist. EA specifically because they're that like of all the flack that that they were giving like Veilguard a couple years ago, when EA was like the biggest contributor to that. But point is, I like a lot of stuff. Stuff is cool. Stuff is fun. Stuff is engaging. But one of the bigger mediums that I'm a huge fan of is One Piece. I'm a big fan of a lot of different animes. I wouldn't exactly consider myself to be an anime or manga connoisseur. I don't know. It's cool. I'm very picky with my media though. I'm like not a whole lot of stuff like really interests me. Every once in a while there'll be a crazy like exception that I wasn't really like expecting, and then I'm like, oh my god, this shit goes so fucking hard. Funnily enough, I was like that with Death Note. When Death Note originally came out, like when the original English dubs of the anime came out, right? But to that extent, point is, I'm not a huge anime fan, but like there's some that like, okay, this goes hard. I like what they're doing with this. One Piece is one of those. I'm all caught up just as a general warning to anybody and everybody. If anybody's like, not caught up with One Piece or is like trying to get caught up with One Piece, I'm gonna fucking say some shit that's gonna spoil everything. And I don't just mean everything. I mean like up to the current chapter that dropped today. So, like that's how up to date I am. So, fucking better watch out. But there was a content creator who I think originally posted his original video on, I want to say Instagram, but it might have been TikTok. I think it actually was TikTok. He sort of re-kicked off this whole conversation that One Piece as a narrative was not a political anime. And his rationale for it was very odd. It was very strange. His initial argument was it hinged specifically, almost entirely on fucking what was it? Now I have to remember the video because it was a while ago at this point. What do you say? I think it was narrative messaging specifically. I think. But effectively his point was that because politics, the phenomenon of governing institutions or governing individuals engaging in decision making as it pertains to a central authority or multiple different authorities, the phenomenon of politics exists in One Piece specifically as a narrative tool. And more so specifically as a sign of an advanced society, which he's not intrinsically wrong about, but it was really interesting because his argument was that people, he said specifically leftists, he didn't use that verbiage specifically, but that was basically what he said, that leftists imprint their own ideology onto One Piece in order to, prop up their own worldviews, which was really interesting because when he was talking about all of the, political messaging in One Piece, food as a human right, medicine as a human right, various different stories around freedom, anti-industrialization, environmentalism, LGBTQ rights and freedoms, and just like a whole litany of different things. Racism when it comes to like fishmen and stuff like that. Portal Wolf on Twitch, thank you for the description. What a big guy. What a huge win. Dubs in the chat. Everybody give him nice tender kisses. Oh my god, I'm fucking spinning. There we go. You also fucking yay, Portal Wolf. You just came in and as I'm fucking yapping about One Piece. So tap out for the next 45 minutes and then come back and I'll be at this exact same place. But so like One Piece has all of this like fucking often not even subtle. It's like blatant political messaging to it objectively, but his entire argument was like a lot of these narratives or a lot of these storytelling mechanics aren't supposed to be intrinsic of anything in the real world and are just isolated in universe things that happen. So it's like Sanji's whole philosophy that everybody, regardless of, if they're good, if they're evil, if they're right, if they're wrong, if they're a friend, if they're an enemy, everybody deserves, to eat. Everybody deserves a free meal. Doesn't even like you can't pay for it. All right, bet. Eat up. It's yours. Everybody has a right to eat, regardless. There's no but. There's just a full plate, right? Everybody has that right intrinsically. And so I guess for this content creator, along that veins, that sort of ideology or concept only exists in the world of One Piece and doesn't have any sort of connection, any sort of bearing to any other conversation that is going on in the world in general. Mind you, the point in which the character of Sanji specifically came in was really, really early in the manga's timeline. When was Sanji introduced in One Piece? When was it specifically? It was like the early 2000s. Oh, fuck me, actually. He was introduced in 1998. So he has been a character in the franchise for the last fucking damn near 30 years, right? And in that entire time, even back in 1998, let's set aside, you know, the obvious low-hanging fruits as far as like, you know, how it relates to a lot of places in the United States, a lot of governing institutions in the United States, basically saying, no, we shouldn't have to pay for school lunches for kids or anything like that. That's not the government's responsibility, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Let's set all that aside. Even in 1998, there were so many conversations around, like, you know, feeding starving children in Africa and the Middle East and parts of Asia and China. So many conversations around that stuff specifically. So it's like, sure, the ideology that Sanji specifically is preaching is something applicable specifically to the world of One Piece because of who he is and the world that he lives in the society. Yeah, sure. But it's also like, to think that that has any sort of bearance or relatability to any sort of ideology or movement or, you know, basic want or desire for a better world in the real world is fundamentally, absolutely ridiculous. Like, on its face. To say that any sort of narrative in any media is like has no connection to anything that has happened or is currently happening in just the world in general is nonsense, is absolutely ridiculous. Sure, there are some storylines that have like similarities, right? And it isn't like, you know, like a 1-to-1, you know. There's currently I'm trying to think specifically. It's very difficult because there's a lot of things in One Piece that are incredibly fucking relevant and can easily be applied to a lot of real world things that have and are still going on. The closest I can think of, like, maybe is the Drum Island arc, where a dictatorial ruler has basically made it so that healthcare for the entire country is no longer an option. But then, like, it's really fucking hard to say that that's not applicable to the United States at all over like the last 30 years. But as far as, like, you know, Trump's like fucking rounding up doctors and saying you can't practice medicine on anybody except me, or, like, you know, government officials, right? That's not happening. Like, that's not a thing. But the conceptual narrative storytelling that is being told in that arc is blatantly what is it? Not applicable. The narrative can very easily be applied to the real world. And as a result, was and is most likely inspired by real world happenings. I also took water. See, listen. That wasn't as audible as I thought it was. So I work with a global surgeon rotation, and we have a sister program in Uganda. I once overheard a woman in Uganda tell her kids to eat their food because there are starving kids in America. I short circuited. Yeah, there was a I think there was a TikTok from a mom in like Africa somewhere, and she had the same basic joke. Her kids are around the table like, you two need to eat your dinner, because if you don't eat it, you need to remember, like there's starving kids in America, like that whole thing. And it's fucking crazy, right? I don't understand. Again, intrinsically, I do not understand the concept, the mental gymnastics that happen when somebody's like, oh, fucking the politics and like, issues in game aren't reflective or aren't supposed to be reflective of like real world situations, right? Sure. We don't have a fucking, we don't have an army of fucking dweebs cosplaying as Roman soldiers trying to enslave people and fucking make a fucking war cult and shit like that. Sure. We don't have anybody roaming around the United States like that. Okay. Yeah. In that incredibly hyper specific outlook, yeah, this is not a situation that is intrinsically adaptable to the real world, right? Well, you know what we do have? We still got racism, and we still got xenophobia and slavery and ultra authoritarianism and ultra violent ideologies being pushed on impressionable children who then grow up in a militarized sort of existence, believing that their most intrinsic quality is to how much they can produce, how much they can output, or how valuable they are as a soldier to the nation that they serve or that they live in. That can't be reflective of anything that's going on in the real world. Impossible. Absolutely absurd. Proud of you for your silent drink. Thank you. In questions of LGBTQ representation, Oda has had great growth in his work, going from the Okamas to Okiku and Yamato, without forgetting Bon Clay and Ivankov. Yeah, and like, especially from like a narratives perspective, to like side quest real quick to One Piece. There definitely, especially for like the time period, there definitely were like a lot of like more negative or to sort of generalize a little bit, not the best forms of representation for specific kinds of characters. To lump that back into gaming, Dustborn is a game that I feel a lot of the quote unquote anti-woke people bring up as like, oh my god, this was like so bad, blah, blah, blah. It's fucking like modern video games sucks and stuff like that. Developers fucking suck. Yeah. That with something like that, I definitely agree. I haven't played Dustborn myself, but I have seen a lot of the game, and more so specifically a lot of the story and the character and the stuff of that nature. The overall story seemed like, kind of interesting at face value as like a one pager. The gameplay itself is like, okay, but then like some of the characters are just they don't feel genuinely written. Right? They feel as if they're embiggened versions of like the worst parts of themselves in a sense. It's almost like the Flanders effect, right? Flanderization, where like the most basic attributes of a character become like their only characteristic, right? Where like in The Simpsons, Ned Flanders used to have all these like various different characteristics that made him interesting or likable. He wasn't just Bible man. He was also like, if I remember correctly, like building model trains, and he's fucking jacked as hell, and he's doing all this like crazy stuff. He's like fucking skiing and stuff. He's like he was effectively written to be like the better neighbor. And probably like part of the punchline was because like he's a Christian. He's like, oh, he's ordained by God and stuff like that. Very funny. But then over time, he just became just Bible man, and a bit of a sensitive individual. Not in terms of like, you know, he's weak-willed or anything, but you know, he's concerned about a lot of the things that he sees and a lot of the things that, you know, might be exposed to his kids. Which is from like a parenting perspective, like I guess that's fair. But again, his character was flattened out, and fuck, now I have to backtrack to see where I was even fucking taking that. The growth of characters, to Dustborn. That's what I was getting at. Dustborn feels very much like the characters are incredibly one-dimensional in that aspect, right? And not so much in like, this is a story specifically around like this aspect of their identity, but they just weren't likable. And it was sort of written up like the way they are as being like the quote unquote center point of that. And that seems like that seems that seems problematic, even though it's trying to be even though it's trying to be progressive, right? I feel even with like originally, how Bon Clay specifically, in One Piece was handled as a character, it was still pretty progressive, but it was also like not the most well represented, you know? And there are instances of like that, right? Where like I've talked about this before, anti-woke people sort of have a point when it comes to like that part of the conversation, but it's crazy to think about how they go from that to their logic goes from that to being like, oh, anybody who's like, you know, LGBTQ or trans, or which, I mean, I guess LGBTQ technically includes trans, but you know, any individuals of that specific characteristic are like, oh, that just means the game is going to be bad in general. It's transference of lackluster parts of one story, as it is then applied to a different story, whether or not it's even remotely applicable. Like I was talking about with that video before, there are so many people in the comment section who just, for whatever reason, just decide to bring up like Veilguard or I guess kind of Avowed. I mean, they sort of bring up Avowed and like Outer Worlds too for different reasons, but they just arbitrarily bring up these other games that were also like, oh my god, like the fucking the talking heads that I listened to on YouTube told me that this game's bad, so I'm gonna identify it as bad, and like anybody that thinks that it's good is bad, and it's a lot of very surface level, not very well thought out conversations. Very, very sort of like, very sort of brainwashing in a sense. Somebody else said that this was bad, so I need to determine that, or I need to come to the same conclusion that it is also bad. Dustborn, where is it? There it is. Okay. Dustborn, it's pretty okay as a game. But I feel like some corpo was a diversity cast stock image online and said that. Yeah. It's like that's one of the things that like I think intrinsically anti-woke gamers are sort of like good at. They're really good at catching like this was not written with any sense of like value behind it. It was just written to meet a quota or to find. Or specifically as a push for a larger diversity audience, which, again, as I sort of talked about, I don't think is inherently wrong. You know, companies are going to be companies, but it does feel a lot more damaging when it's like this character is specifically written to meet this quota, and all we need to do is check the boxes. And it doesn't matter if they're like well written or believable or anything like that. It doesn't matter. And it's like, okay, great. Let's see. Let's not probably not the last thing, but like back on One Piece real quick. Yamato is a great character. I specifically the way her or his character is like designed and like the narrative messaging behind it. I think he's an amazingly written character. One game I've gotten really into has been Helldivers 2. And it's dumbfounding how many miss the critique that not on totalitarian military regime that masquerades as a democratic utopia. That is the reason for all three fronts. And what makes it more dumbfounding is that Helldivers hits you over the head with it. And that's one of the great things about Helldivers 2 specifically. It is the perfect example that of how propaganda actually functionally works, right? That it's such a good meta representation of propaganda actively working, active in real time working, and not just working successfully. Because even the people who are like, oh yeah, I see exactly what this game is all about and shit, are still like, hell yeah, I'm going to play more of this. And I'm not saying that playing Helldivers 2 is a bad thing, right? I played Helldivers 2. I think it's a lot of fun. It's like objectively a great game. But there is and to be fair, a lot of it does come from like the lore and the narrative and like a little bit of the meta commentary around the game itself. But there's a lot of the story and lore that is sort of like hidden from like the average player. So a lot of the average player base isn't going to see like, oh, this is actually a story about how a totalitarian, which is funny because I think if I remember correctly, Helldivers is actually set in a universe where China and the United States joined forces to create like a super democracy, but it's like, you know, a managed democracy. So it's like, we're going to do freedom and like let you guys have your own, you know, like fucking elections and all that shit. So long as it goes along, so long as it like benefits, you know, the governing institution, right? So long as it works out for us, it can be democracy, right? And there are so many. I don't want to go down a whole fucking rabbit hole with Helldivers 2, but it is incredibly impressive how much you can get away with just a little bit of patriotism, a little bit of fucking like great drip, and just an enemy to fight against, right? Because like you said, the enemies that you fight against in Helldivers are all a result of Super Earth and their like, you know, their various meddlings, their genetic experimentation, their imperialist colonialist approach to gather to you know, taking the stars and this, that, and the other thing. And again, to the extent that I can see people overlooking that because like the game is such a fun experience, I don't blame them. But then it's one of those things where like when you see it, you can't really unsee it, right? And I think that's crazy. I think it's great. Helldivers did an amazing job. Do it, Toshi. Do it. Pull off a Johnny Silverhand at the Video Game HQ. Damn straight. I'm coming for you, Video Game HQ. I'm gonna blow you up in Minecraft. I gotta say, in Minecraft. This is not a genuine. This is not a genuine threat. I'm just gonna go and fucking goof around in their Minecraft server. John, Video Game, I'm coming for you. How woke will Fallout 5 be, considering it's happening most likely in San Francisco? So here's the thing. I wanna focus on that specifically. Let me get caught up with some of the things that everybody else said. If I remember correctly, the world got nuked and Super Earth was formed in the rubble. That could also be. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the most like well versed when it comes to Helldiver lore, but I think that's part of it, if I remember correctly. I just know that China and the United States eventually teamed up and were all like, "Hey, we need to stop fighting for control of the entire world and let's just control the entire world together. Helldivers, be gay, do democracy for Super Earth. Damn straight. Now you're thinking with Portals, Patriot. Hell yeah. Get this sumbitch a cape and a gun. Something that'll explode an entire mountain in one shot. The fucking artillery in Helldivers is fucking insane. I love it. Maybe I need to get back into Helldivers a little bit. I'm there, Mom. The top of the top of EA Tower. Hell yeah. The top of Ubisoft Tower. Okay. I don't know much about LGBTQ rights history. I presume there's a lot of history in San Francisco. Will that be part of the Fallout 5 story? So that is an interesting thing. If I remember correctly, Stonewall, which was like the bar that the cop, like the gay bar that the cops busted into, and then fucking everybody got pissed off of the cops fucking, busting their balls and like fought back and stuff like that. I believe that was in San Francisco, if I remember correctly. So here's the interesting thing about Bethesda's Fallout games, right? So in a lot of the research I did, when a lot of the research that I did, as far as it pertains to like, what Fallout games are to like what degree, woke, stuff like that. Again, to reiterate, they all are, right? Every single Fallout game is woke, because they all, in some form or fashion, talk about some aspect of societal justice, environmentalism, politics. Again, this, that, and the other thing. A lot of it a bit more subtle in some instances, but again, the whole point that's what they're talking about. They're all talking about something that would be considered woke. And if you don't see that, I'm sorry, you're just not actually playing the game. But when it comes to Fallout's games, or sorry, when it comes to Bethesda's games, they have a very specific focus. They have a very specific, there's kind of like a spread, right? Objectively, what, like, we're talking about like Fallout 3, 4, and well, let's talk about Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 specifically first. In Fallout 3, the biggest thing they talked about was persecution and slavery. The two kind of go hand in hand. We're talking about the ghouls. We're talking about the concept of slavery in the games in general, or in the universe in general. And they all have a very, in Fallout 3, that's the big focus, right? They obviously talk about a little bit of stuff here, a little bit of stuff there, but primarily that is the big narrative takeaway. Funnily enough, it doesn't have as big of a presence in the main story, but as far as stuff separate from the main story, that's the biggest thing that they talk about. In in Fallout 4, they also they actually ramp up talks around like racism and persecution. Again, when it comes to ghouls, but then as it pertains to synths, and with Fallout 4 specifically, that's where they focus a lot more on the concept of like AI rights and consciousness, right? Stonewall is in New York. Before Stonewall riots, there was the Compton Cafe. That's in San Francisco. That must have been what it was. That's why I got confused, because I knew there was something in San Francisco. I just can't remember. It was weird because like I knew that something happened in San Francisco, but I also was pretty sure that Stonewall was in New York. So I was, I guess, just conflating the two. But yeah, that is to that point. There is a lot of history as far as it pertains to LGBTQ rights, specifically in California and San Francisco and LA specifically. But in Fallout 4, again, a lot of the focus of a lot of side quests and the main story specifically is around consciousness, AI as a sentient being with as far as it pertains to synths. And so obviously that leans a lot into racism, prejudice, persecution of sentient beings that are non-human. Again, ghouls, synths, what have you. So that's like the bigger focuses that Bethesda has focused on, right? Which I think is really interesting. With their, so I say with their main game, we're setting Fallout 76 aside. We're setting that aside as a, what is it? As a spinoff, right? As far as the main games go, the numbered ones, that also doesn't really apply because 76 is a number. Shit. But as far as, 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. 4 specifically is primarily focused on persecution, right? That is the focus. Fallout 3 was sort of the same. Again, not with the main story, but a lot of the other stories around it. Persecution and subjugation of individuals, in a sense, or there's a specific term for it, but to make somebody feel or to consider them as lesser, right? Synths, ghouls being considered lesser. That was a bigger narrative plot line in Fallout 3 and 4 than any other conversation. There was hardly any mention of well, I mean, there was a decent amount of LGBTQ representation in Fallout 4, but I feel as if a lot of that mostly pertained to like the companions, right? And that was more so like, oh, we're gonna make it so that like you can be a guy and you can rizz up Preston Garvey because like fuck it, play the game however you want, right? And that's pretty cool. I can't think of many like other quest lines or stories in Fallout 4 specifically that deal a lot with like people who are like gay or lesbian or anything like that, who are dealing with something and their identity becomes like a part of the narrative. You could say that Curie is a little bit of like a trans identity narrative. I don't intrinsically see it that way, but I also don't think that reading is incorrect. Deacon is just like, I said it before in a video that Deacon is trans, and was sort of like corrected, like checked on that, and corrected to say like Deacon is gender fluid because they were a woman. He was a woman for a while, but then turned back into a man. So yeah. Me specifically, I see gender fluid more as like a physical outward identity sort of thing, and that's not exactly how Deacon presents himself. But I definitely see the angle that a lot of people are coming at that with, and again, can't say I disagree. That's a valid reading. But the interesting separation with that, again, where Bethesda's main focus when it comes to Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 are around those ideas of otherism or persecution or being considered as an outsider or deemed less human or less worthy. Deacon is post-op secret agent, hell yeah. In Fallout, the story kind of starts where the overseer persecutes you because of your father. Oh yeah, that was kind of a little bit of the story, wasn't it? I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, a little bit, but it's not exactly the same thing, right? You're not being persecuted because you're, human, non-human, white, black, et cetera, et cetera. You're just, your father was an asshole, so I'm gonna fucking kick you out of here. That kind of thing. But that's also like a decent reading of it. But like that was the big focus with Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. Social cohesion, or not cohesion, social friction, otherism, you are lesser because you are not human, et cetera, et cetera. With Fallout 76, that drastically changed, right? Like insanely changed, right? Huge difference in tone and narrative storytelling. Funnily enough, despite the fact that everybody, or at least all the anti-woke creators and all the people who are like, oh my god, fucking Bethesda made Fallout gay and stuff like that, they always point to Fallout 76 for literally no other reason than there's fucking multiple different flavors of pride flags you can buy in the Atom Shop. It's crazy. It's like it's like it's not anything related to the story, to the characters, despite the fact that there is an actual literal there, like one of the raiders at the crater, their whole storyline is literally about how they didn't feel right in the identity that they had, and so they were sort of picked on for a number of different things, kind of a little bit related to their identity, but also like not intrinsically. It was an interesting storyline. It's been a while since I've engaged with it specifically, so it could be a little bit more, a little bit less than what I remember. But the point is, there was an entire subplot around this character specifically, Burke, that was literally just about how they didn't feel comfortable with the identity that they had, and then eventually started identifying more as gender fluid, right? Cool, great. Nobody fucking talks about that. All they talk about when they're all like, oh my God, Fallout 76 is so woke, is just the pride flags. Like, that's it. Nothing else. They don't fucking even know that Burke even exists because they don't actually play these games. They just bitch and whine about it. It's actually a little bit crazy. Cause like, that's probably like the lowest hanging fruit imaginable. I feel like I could sometimes I kind of think like, oh fuck, maybe I should just fucking like use AI to mask my voice a little bit and then just fucking make like a fucking spin-off channel where I'm just like fucking shitting on Bethesda and fucking like my introductory video is going to be like, oh my God, they had a gay in Fallout 76 and nobody's talking about it, and then just talk about Burke and then just fucking make $1 gazillion because all the fucking all the stupid people come to the live stream, or not the live stream, but like watch the videos. They're like, yeah, they're so bad, woke, blah blah blah. I feel like it'd be so easy. It's the most surface level bullshit. But with Fallout 76 specifically, and thinking critically about it for a second, I feel as if the big takeaway, or not the takeaway, but the biggest reasoning for why it's this way is specifically because it's West Virginia. And West Virginia has a long history in the United States as being a coal mining state. There was a lot of conversations around, or a lot of historical precedent around union formation, union busting, workers' rights in general. So we look at Fallout 76 specifically, and the stories that are presented in that game, and we see a massive, like more so than any other game in the entire franchise, we see probably the largest focus on things like labor rights, because like a lot of the stuff that we know around like people, like economic strife, like people striking, there's a lot of environmental storytelling and direct storytelling that hints to a lot of protests going on in West Virginia around workers' rights, around the use of AI and like robots specifically in these different manual labor jobs. We see a lot of focus on corporate greed when it comes to ArcJet. Wait, was it ArcJet specifically? Hold on. Now I have to look at the map here. The fucking where's the Arctos? There's a big focus on Arctos Pharma as far as like a lot of the corruption that it had, a lot of the corruption that a lot of the mining companies had. Like a lot of corporate greed and corruption. There's not that is the biggest takeaway from Fallout 76 specifically. There's, and then it kind of leans again into like environmentalism with just again the fucking post-apocalyptic stuff, but then also like leaning a bit into the storyline with the Enclave, where funnily enough, the Secretary of Agriculture was all trying to be president and stuff, and in order to sort of like invoke like, oh, you like need to make me president, he was trying to drop, he was doing all this like fucking shit where like we're gonna fuck with the wildlife, we're gonna create all these monsters, the Snallygaster, the Grafton monster, there was like a couple other ones, not the Flatwoods monster, but like, you know, those like creepier, more like cryptid characters. Those are all Enclave experimentations where they're trying to like fucking just like pump anything and everything full of FEV to increase the threat level in the area to like trigger this system that would make him the president. And he's power hungry and shit. And he was like trying to drop nukes and stuff. So that leans into a lot of, you know, environmentalism conversations, conversation around public health care, again, leaning back into the conversations around corporate greed and labor rights and stuff like that. So it is insanely easy to point to a myriad of different examples in Fallout 76 specifically that focus on that side of the quote unquote woke conversation, where we're talking not as much about individual like rights or equalities when it comes specifically to your identity, right? There's not a whole lot of conversation around you know, LGBTQ identities, you know, gender-based rights. There's a little bit every once in a while. There's not a whole lot of conversation around like, you know, racism or persecution. Again, you can make a conversation around like, you know, the Raiders and, you know, the Vaults and stuff like that. That's there. Yeah. But a lot of the bigger focus is on that sort of economic, corporate focused, I had to drink water, conversation, which is really crazy to me because that is probably the bigger aspect, at least for me, that is probably the bigger focus when it comes to like what makes a game, again, quote unquote, woke, is that focus on a lot of the sort of like class division struggles when it comes to like workers, owners, healthcare, environmentalism, all that stuff. As I talked about a couple times, there are sort of two different interpretations of what woke means. One of them is that more societal focus, right? We're focused on inequality, healthcare, rights for workers, classism, again, all that stuff. And then there's the other, which is more like DEI focused, where DEI and culture war focus, where a lot of the focus mainly is pointed towards identity, right? Identity and not ideology, but like a lot of like gender focused stuff, and that sort of let me get on the right page here. There we go. Cool. Like that's another big part of the focus of the conversation. And it's like, again, like, yeah, like I can see that. But like it's just so weird that so many people point to like Fallout 76 as being the most egregious for that. Again, specifically because there's flags. It's ridiculous. But to wrap all that back around, let me get caught up on this real quick. The only glimpses we had was the lesbian couple at the beginning of Fallout 4. Oh yeah, during the fucking pre-war scene. I forgot about that. Yeah. I thought about making a parody of Synthetic Man called Organic Robot. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, the macro spectrum of biology, not the specific cases or group effects, the collective interest of the communities. Yeah, exactly. That's like the actual focus of Fallout 76. That is how Fallout 76 is, again, quote unquote, woke, because it has a big focus on communities. To take that all back around to Fallout 76 specific, or not Fallout 76, to Fallout 5, right? I think that as far as it pertains to Fallout 5, I think that what Bethesda is probably going to do, and this could mostly be dependent on where they decide to take Fallout 5, right? Because we've talked about it before in chat, and I think it's sort of the general, exact consensus, but a lot of people in the Fallout community are more so sold on the idea that Fallout 5 is going to be taking place in California, most likely San Francisco, based on a lot of hints, a lot of narrative storytelling hints. Yeah. Based on a lot of what we've seen in telegraphing of where they might go next. I can see that being a very strong argument as for like, this is like, they're definitely going to San Francisco next. Most lesbians in Fallout are the white dudes playing as females and romancing every female companion in the game. Just not aware that's what happened. Yeah. it's all the players who are choosing to play as Nora. And then rizzing up Piper or Kate or Curie. So again, as far as it pertains to Fallout 5, and this is a big if, because again, a lot of their focus for what they're going to be talking about in the game is going to be more so dependent on where they go. If they go to California, there might be a little bit of focus on LGBTQ history, but I feel as if a lot more of the focus is going to be on, especially now, right? Especially now, specifically considering the destruction of Shady Sands in Fallout Prime, and how that applies to canon, because it is canon. All right, fucking everybody in chat, Fallout Prime is canon. Todd Howard doesn't hate Fallout New Vegas. Fucking Fallout conspiracy bullshit has just been insane over the last month. I swear. I have never seen more people fucking parroting the whole fucking Bethesda screwed Obsidian out of a bonus and shit like that. Like, shut up. That's not real. Fucking Chris Avalon even came out and said, like, hey, so this wasn't something that we asked for in our contract. It was something that they just kind of included. We didn't ask, and then we didn't make it, so we didn't get the contract. We didn't get the bonus. Like, okay. Like, they just threw it in as just like a thing to be cool about. And then we didn't get it, so we didn't get it. Is Fallout mainly played by US players? I would think so. I mean, like, maybe, but like, it is definitely not exclusively played by US players. But a big part of that conversation is like, the United States is the biggest market, the biggest consumer market in the world. So regardless of how many people played in, like, you know, Australia, China, fucking, you know, Africa, various different countries and continents, there's still, like, by consideration, going to be more people playing it in the United States than any other country. That's just a blatant fact. Oh man, think of the future when 76 Raven Rock season comes out and adds new lore for how Fallout 3 started. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. I'm super stoked for that because it feels like it's going to be a lot of the onus that sort of led that leads the Enclave to heading to Raven Rock, right? Probably not a big like a big narrative point, like, oh, a lot of the stuff that we see in the Raven Rock season is going to be like, you know, it's like, you know, oh, he's going to say something that's going to be reflective of something that happened in Fallout 3, right? I don't really see that specifically happening, but I could see a much stronger narrative focus on telling a story that leads them to Raven Rock, or maybe like finding Raven Rock, right? Mexican here. I play Fallout and love it. Still mad Nuevo Mexico is canceled. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, like I unfortunately have had. I say unfortunately specifically in the sense that it's sad that this is how it played out. But I talked with I did just in general. I have a podcast. Links are going to be in description and in chat and bio and stuff like that. I have talked about, or not talked about. I have sat down twice at this point with a man named Bishop, who was basically the number two of Fallout, the Fallout Nuevo Mexico mod, right? Super ambitious project, super cool, super interesting looking. Sadly, it was pretty much just surface level. There wasn't a whole lot of strong focus or strong direction for the mod. A lot of it was like really vibes focused and like not aura farming, but like a lot of it was really like conceptual stuff. And I say that specifically because I've also talked to trying to remember fucking so many names. I also spoke to Zapshock, who was the lead developer of the mod. And we've talked about this too. So I'm not like, spreading, fucking information that's not supposed to be out there. I'm not fucking, giving away state secrets or anything. He was also, kind of spinning his wheels a little bit, and sort of like struggling with, what he wanted to do with the story, what he wanted to do with the mod, this, that, and the other thing. And kind of built a project that was a lot bigger than what he could realistically take on, especially by himself, because at its like peak, there was like 4 people working on the mod. At its like absolute biggest, there was four or 5 people working on the mod. Yeah, unfortunately. And it, again, I talked to Zap, I talked to Bishop. It was a big ambitious project that unfortunately just didn't really have any bones to take it anywhere, which was a bummer, but it seemed like there was something cooking there. But again, sometimes you just have to know when it's too much and just tap out. Getting back to Fallout 5 again, it's really going to depend on where specifically we go. One of the things that I have noticed when it comes to the way that Fallout makes games, or specifically, or God damn it, I did it again. The way that Bethesda makes games, right? The way that Bethesda makes games, or makes Fallout games, historically, so far anyway, has been very focused on American history, right? It very heavily depends on how strongly the narrative can tie back to some aspect of a major element of American history, right? So again, we only have 2 games, I guess technically 3 with Fallout 76. And again, the like labor strikes and a lot of the labor conversation in history in West Virginia are a huge part of the United States history. But as far as like the more like foundational parts of the country, right? Washington D.C., the seat of our nation. Boston, the home of the revolution and not the founding, but also again a very large part of American history. That's been the pattern, right? That's been the major focus for Bethesda storytelling in some form or fashion, having something to do with a major aspect of American history. And I mean like a major aspect of like the national history. But again, with Fallout 76, they sort of bucked that tradition and focused a lot more on a regional history as it relates to the country. So if they were to set the game in like, again, San Francisco, for example, again, with how, with where we currently stand in California, with the NCR being like exploderized and everything, Shady Sands is wiped off the map. And again, depending on like how far after that point they set the game, I think that if they were to set a game in San Francisco, in California, I think that there would be a much bigger narrative focus on democracy, imperialism, colonialism, repeating a lot of the same narratives that we saw with the NCR in Fallout New Vegas. I think that there is probably going to be a bit of overlapping conversation as far as it pertains to LGBTQ history. I don't really see it being a big major storyline where it's like, oh, fucking like I like this is how I identify. I didn't, maybe there could be a storyline where it's like, because in Fallout nobody really seems to fucking give a shit that somebody is like, gay or non-binary or anything. It always sort of like, at least in like the bigger examples with like Burke or Veronica, it always sort of relates back to like, it is an element. It is maybe not the focus, but it is part of the inciting incident that leads into their storyline, right? Or their character arc. With Burke, it was about finding his proper identity. With Veronica, it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was partially the fact that she was interested in girls and not boys, and part of leading into the whole like, oh, we need to like, self-populate and stuff like that. Because like we're having a really hard time and fucking nobody wants to be in the Brotherhood out here anymore. Shit like that. We can't, bring in outsiders. We need to be like fucking, isolationists and stuff like that. And that reflects Veronica's storyline where she's arguing like, hey, we can't just hide in our bunkers and try to like, stay alive for as long as the people who are down here are alive. We need to actually like go outside and fucking touch grass, and engage and interact with the rest of the people in the wasteland. Coming out in a very sort of like, it's anti-isolationism, effectively. And that makes a whole lot of sense and doesn't make the narrative feel, shoehorned or anything around like Veronica's identity, because it's not about her identity. It's about how her identity is reflective of a larger narrative that the story is trying to tell, and how that identity was sort of a crux or a major part of the way the story plays out, or is began in a sense. And to the extent that that's woke, which it absolutely is, compared to the sense that it's, again, well written, is probably not even subjective. It is objectively like good writing. But I could see something like that being a part of Fallout 5 set in San Francisco's narrative. Like maybe like, oh, like there was a big thing that happened for people who are like me. It's important or good to like know about this history or this aspect of pre-war society. But it could also be not really a big focus, because like, again, not like hardly anybody post-war seems really interested in like, oh my God, you're gay. Oh my God, you're lesbian, blah, 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 blah. Unless it's attached to like, again, an ideology that is specifically against that, like Caesar's Legion, right? If the Legion is in California or is in San Francisco, that I could see as being an interesting, interesting angle to take this on, right? Some like a legionary finds out about a lot of the pre-war American history around LGBTQ rights and acceptance and stuff like that, and then starts to have, oh my God, like, oh, if they could, if the pre-war world was okay with it, maybe I could be okay with it. Maybe I could be okay with like liking boys and stuff like that, right? I could see that as being a really interesting storyline to follow up on. But I don't really see that as being anything that's going to be a huge part of the narrative. I could see it being a thing, but there's not really a lot of historical precedence in the Fallout universe that leans towards even really post-war or pre-war, right? There's not a lot of like pre-war, like, oh my God, you're gay. Ugh, weird. There's not really a whole lot of that pre-war. Like somebody like you guys said before, we see a lesbian couple in Fallout in the intro of Fallout 4. And I'm pretty sure we've seen at least like one or two same-sex relationships in the TV show, in like the pre-war scenes and stuff like that. So it doesn't seem to be a big major focus. So I can't really see why it would be a big major focus in Fallout 5 specifically, just because it's set in San Francisco. I can see it being included, but it made a lot more sense for it to be a much bigger conversational and narrative point in New Vegas specifically, because you had an opposing faction to that mindset, to that ideology. The Legion is strictly like, we do not allow you to be gay because everybody in our society has a role that they have to adhere to. And if they deviate from that role, we chop them in half. You know, that kind of shit, right? So again, there would have to be some sort of like organization or like larger body that, like the Legion, is like, hey, we don't fuck with gay people, right? There would have to be something like that to narratively make that make sense. I wonder if they'd ever touch the California area, because that seems to be where Lucy and Max's side of the story from the show, and depending on how long the show will take, and how long the development of Fallout 5 will take alongside the show. Frustratingly, and also kind of hilariously, I remember at one point Todd Howard said that Fallout 5, he was sort of like teasing a little bit, but he's like, Fallout 5 will take place sometime either before, after, or during the events of Fallout Prime. So it's like, it's gonna take place at any point in the timeline. That's very good joke. Good joke, Todd. You fucking got us again. You rat fuck bastard. That was really funny. But yeah, I think, me personally, I really hope that we don't have a situation where like, I'm like not even really all too thrilled that we have the ghoul in Fallout 76, right? He's a ghoul. He kind of fucking gets around and shit. So it's like, yeah, okay, I get it, but I'm not a big fan of like movie and TV show tie-ins to like video game franchises and stuff, right? I'd probably be a little bummed out and a little bit bored if I saw like Lucy or Maximus or anything like that in Fallout 5, right? If we got I'm forgetting his name. The dude who fucking had his arm fall off and is like ghoulifying and shit like that, but he's fucking like very clearly turning into a centaur. Fuck, what's his name? The other Brotherhood dude. I want to say Titus. It's not Titus. The other guy. The funny one. Come on, guys. You guys know who I'm talking about. I can't remember. But him. Because it seems like he's either turning into a ghoul or some sort of creature with a long lifespan. Potentially, maybe. Again, we don't fucking know what the hell's going on with him. But if he does turn into a ghoul or something that has some sort of longer lifespan, seeing him in Fallout 5, I think would be okay-ish. You know? I still wouldn't be super fond of it, but I don't think it would be as offensive. So I at least hope that, like, regardless of how long, if it's set after the events of Fallout Prime, how long after, that's really all I hope for. I just hope that we don't really see those characters. LGBTQ storylines in Fallout could be interesting in a pre-war environment, specifically the treatment of LGBTQ people and how it reflects the real world's 50-ish treatment in comparison, which also I think is really interesting, but I feel like the stronger narrative storytelling that at least Fallout Prime set up, because they've dealt the most with pre-war America. A lot of the bigger focus is on like, oh, we don't care if you're gay. We just don't want you to be a communist, right? I think that that's a much bigger storyline that is probably going to stay the focus of pre-war America. But again, there is room for opportunity when it comes to that kind of storytelling. I just don't really see it being a big major focus, you know? Again, without some sort of countering narrative like the Legion, where it's like, oh yeah, you like people who are the same gender and stuff like that. Yeah, we don't fuck with that. that again, it has to mostly be like some sort of counterpoint, because if there's no like conflict or cohesion, being reflective of one thing or another is fine. That's great. But unless there's some sort of friction, it's just going to not really seem all that interesting. And it's probably what a lot of like anti-woke people who are all like, oh, like it's all just shoved down our throats, because there's no like real cohesion to the narrative. Like with Tosh, right? With Tosh in Dragon Age of the Veilguard, there's like conflict between like them and their mother a little bit, but it's not like there's any sort of like strong opposing ideology. It's just like it's just sort of like the story is there, the struggle is there, but there's no real bigger conflict that's like we can get in between this in order to like protect our friend, right? Like if Tosh was being hunted or persecuted specifically because of how they identify, which I guess a little bit is kind of how it's presented with the Q trying to take them out and stuff. But it's kind of for like a little bit of a different reason. But if there was like, a big force that's like, we're going to get you because you're a they, them or whatever. And then we're like, hey, you can't do that. That's my friend. Yeah. And then we like get into a fucking, 1950s fucking West Side style rumble where we're fucking snapping our fingers and breakdancing and shit like that. I could see that. Like that has a little bit more intrigue because it's involving us in the story in a more direct sort of way, as opposed to like an indirect or like supportive role. But I don't really see that as being like a big focus. It could be, but that would sort of have to be the stipulation. Like something has to be an antagonistical force against our the character in a way that is more of like, I'm going to stand between this because like it's not right that you're being mean to this person just because of like how they are or whatever. In the 50s, being gay would get you beaten, if not worse. But that's never included in game like it is for slavery. Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. It doesn't, as from like a post-war narrative perspective, it's not a huge focus. And in it's not a big narrative point. It is in a couple of situations. Again, like we talked about with I should really just like look up his name, but like that male prostitute that I talked about in New Vegas, and his whole story around like, being like the concubine of a legionary, a centurion or whatever. I don't remember his specific rank, but like a high ranking legion member. And then we're like, oh, I'm going to get found out. I need to fucking off my slave that I'm in a romantic relationship with. So it doesn't hurt like my Jimmy. That's it. That was it. Jimmy. I need to like get rid of him so it doesn't hurt my standing in my society. I need to get rid of him. That made sense because in that narrative there was a countering force specifically around the identity, and it wasn't just like Jimmy's just talking about how he's how he likes guys and stuff like that, which is like okay, but it just wouldn't be as interesting or as memorable. But then again, outside of the Legion, there's not many forces that are like that. There are like, as far as it pertains to like slavery, I feel as if that's just like an easier narrative to write for. Because like intrinsically everybody thinks slavery is bad, and it's easy to tie that back to like, again, racism, classism, speciesism in some cases. Baldur's Gate, but more so specifically D&D has a lot of good narratives around that situation specifically. But yeah, narratively, slavery is just easier to write a countering, a dissenting opinion about, as it pertains to a larger institutional factor, like economic strife. Like I said in Fallout 2, fucking almost no other game has talked about slavery as much as anything else. In across the Fallout series, no other game has talked about slavery almost as much as Fallout 2. But Fallout 2 did it from a very interesting perspective, specifically around around like economic slavery, the institution of slavery, right? As an actual like financial obligation. In New Vegas, it was definitely like a bigger part, but it was very much towards a structural system, right? The Legion took slaves as a means of as a means of like empire building, not so much like buying and selling. I mean, like it was there, but it wasn't like as big of a focus. The modding community can cover the niche of lore. Eleonora and or other creators had made LGBT lore friendly content. Eleonora makes great content. She's a great gal. I interviewed her too. She's also one of the older interviews that I did on the Adamcast. She was great. I gotta hit her up again. Maybe I should actually, because it's very like since then she's been working. She has worked with Bethesda in both like a direct manner, but then I also remember. Well, I mean, I definitely know, but I'm pretty sure in a direct manner. But she's also worked as a modder and has made some creation stuff, and has just been doing like a lot of other stuff too. I gotta hit her up again. There's a lot of people I need to hit up to bring onto the Adamcast. Or like bring onto and then bring back to the Adamcast. We've had some great guests in the past. Think about what's the first video game gay NPCs that come to your mind. I bet it's none of the Fallout games. For me, it's always the guy in GTA San Andreas that you chase with a motorcycle. So if we're going on that, like the first video game that comes to mind with a gay character, mine is going to be, well, like definitely GTA 4, right? But then I also I think want to say Hitman Blood Money, but I could be misremembering that specifically. But GTA 4 is one of the first ones that comes to mind for me. But then funnily enough, it's also Fallout 2, but more so as like a conceptual thing. Because in Fallout 2, you can get shotgun wedding married to somebody of the same gender. But yeah, it's weird. Like when it comes to video games, like there's, especially like older video games, there's not as much of a focus on like, I mean, there like is every once in a while, but there's not very many games that have a whole lot of LGBTQ representation. And even like the more modern ones that like still have them still get fucking knocked just because they're in there, right? I talked about actually maybe I haven't really. I know I've talked about it before on stream and stuff, but there's a what is it? Maybe interview Eleonora how to get into creations as a modder. As an informational video for less established / experienced modders. I probably wouldn't make the interview just about that, but especially now that she's been in that ecosystem, that would probably be a ripe topic of conversation. But when it comes to the fuck was I just talking about? LGBT characters in game. People freak out because they're in game. I was going somewhere with that. I think they make them open a dev studio as a business. It could be. I'm not 100% sure how the system works behind the scene. They're present in game. They freak out about that. Fuck, I was going somewhere with that, but I've completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, obviously a lot of other fun topics to talk about. Oh no, yeah, especially with Eleonora. She gets up to all kinds of stuff. Man, I'm really trying to remember what I was talking about originally. Fallout 1 wasn't slavery, wasn't LGBTQ stuff. Equality with women. I don't remember actually. Let me take a look at the comment section in this video. I've been still fucking getting I'm still fucking getting just so many comments. Final Fantasy had LGBTQ NPCs too. Oh yeah, they did. The first Final Fantasy game I played was what was it? Final Fantasy 9. I missed the train completely on 7. Ooh, here's a beefy comment. Oh my god, that's actually a lot. That's actually a lot beefier than I thought. Let's see. Let me check the TLDR on this one. Some of them were queer-coded villains. Yeah, it's one of those situations where like a lot of it's not like intentional. I don't feel like any sort of like older media is intentionally writing or designing queer-coded characters as being like inherently evil or inherently bad. But it is one of those things where like the mindset around these characters was in a certain place. And people just followed the trend of just like how that sort of representation was presented, to the extent of whether or not they thought it was like good or fair or like honest representation. I think it's kind of another thing in general. It's just kind of how things were done back then, which is like a little bit disappointing, but at the same time, it's like, it like people of the time that they are as much as they are, and that's just reality. This isn't New Vegas. So one of the things that I'm seeing, like another thing that I'm seeing, God, I'm still like, even like I said, I've been getting just like nonstop comments on this video, which is like crazy because like the god damn, the engagement on this video is insane. This fucking like the internet ruined the release of Fallout New Vegas. I've gotten fucking 66 as I'm looking at the stats right here now. It says I gotten 26,000 views and have over 60 new subscribers just based off that, which I guess for me that's a crazy successful short. That's fucking doing numbies. Like I've had more successful shorts, but like because this one specifically is related to Fallout, that's pretty huge. That's pretty big. Side question, what is a good Resident Evil game to start with someone who's never played a Resident Evil game? Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Resident Evil was never really like my game. I was always more of a Silent Hill fan, which is funny because the only Silent Hill game I have ever played is Silent Hill F. But from like a narrative perspective, it always seemed a lot more interesting than Resident Evil, which always to me felt a lot more like, basic zombie kind of game. Whereas Silent Hill always felt like more psychological horror. Where in the server should I ask then? You can ask in general. General's fine. Interesting. I don't bother commenting since it felt obvious to me that's what's going to happen. I mean, like, it's crazy because like at the time I was literally predicting all of the like it's crazy. Looking at the comment section and then watching the video, like doing it in that order specifically, it's crazy because you see I predicted literally everything that like almost everybody who's bringing up any sort of in my opinion bad faith talking point in the comment section for this video. Like this one guy literally just says goy slop And then another says boo. And then there's some other guy. There's a lot of focus on like the fact that I posted about it on Blue Sky specifically, which is really weird. Like I said before, there's more people. There's not more, but there's a lot of people more so focused on the fact that I posted about it on Blue Sky than any other point, than having anything else to say about any other topic of conversation. But it's crazy because there are so few people who are actually, but like, again, to the point, it's exactly what I predicted. I predicted like there were going to be all these people who are and were going to continue to come out of the woodworks and be all like, oh, Bethesda bad because, you know, they fucking take forever to make Fallout games. Obsidian bad because they made Avowed, and Avowed wasn't good. And then like, oh, it's going to have, I hate gay people, stuff like that. And it's crazy because there are so many people in the comments. Like there's this one guy here who's like the super crazy long post that I'm not going to get too into, but he's like, I'm not anti-woke, but, and it's like that I'd have to like find the specific, I'd have to find the specific post because it was actually kind of insane to read. But it was this person who was basically like, yeah, I'm LGBT. I think they said trans specifically or whatever. And I hate all of the like fucking woke stuff that Bethesda's doing. I hate the gay people. And it was like, what in the actual fuck? It was one of those things where it's like, you are like the literal definition of a self-hating individual who is like trying to be like the biggest pick-me for the worst part of the community. Or you're just straight up lying. Like you're just cosplaying as somebody who believes this on that side of the conversation. And you're just trying to like create a pseudo example that you can point to and be like, see, this person thinks this and they're of that same kind. So that means it's bad. Ridiculous. Goy slop. Goy is an Israel word for nations. Why does that have to do with the game? I know, right? It's like I said, it was like all of the worst people are going to come out, the anti-woke people, the anti-Bethesda people, and like all of the worst people are going to come out and they're just going to ruin the experience. Obsidian's bad, Bethesda's bad, woke bad, gay people bad, blah 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 blah. I hate gay people. I predicted all of that in the video. And so far, how many comments is it actually at right now? Let me transcribulify. It's not even a word. I don't even fucking care. There are 564 comments on this short as of actually, let me refresh the page here just to, because it's been a while since I refreshed it. There are 588 comments on this post, and there are so many of them that are like literally just that. Literally exactly what I predicted. It is insane how blatantly obvious. I've had videos like that where I'm like, I predict that this is going to happen. Not in sort of like, oh, I'm so smart and I know exactly how this is all going to play out, but like I feel like this is like how this is all going to go. And I feel like that's a bad time that we got up ahead. And those don't really get like a whole lot of traction. And it's like, okay, you know, fair. I 100% see why this one got a whole lot of traction. The thumbnail that YouTube auto picked, the title that I went through, I can in retrospect now see how that could be misconstrued in multiple different ways. It's a little clickbaity, but fuck it. What are you gonna do? That's the name of the game sometimes. But there are so many people in the comment section that are just proving me like unequivocally correct. It's wild. Like I feel so vindicated in a sense. And it's like I kind of wish that I wasn't. It's one of those things where like, man, I wish I wasn't right. But I am. And it sucks. Now that you said that, Bethesda takes too long. People will criticize Rockstar for little reason, but ignore the stuff that they can be criticized for, like union busting. Yeah. There's just so many like bad faith conversations out there where it's like it's one of those things where like I am aware that there's only so many things that can be taken into consideration before it's like, well, fucking like, goddamn, if fucking like Chris Avalon sneezed into his his left arm instead of his right arm right now, I guess this means that, a lot of different data points that can be like pulled and accumulated into like a wide array of different conversations. But it's like, I don't understand intrinsically how some people, a lot of people apparently, can be so angry at just at man on internet has opinion, and then not only that, but to then like prove that opinion right. Let me see if I can find one specifically here. And also, yeah, I'm intrinsically not showing anything on screen, specifically because like I don't feel like anybody would, but I don't want to put any fucking chances out there for people to start acting weird and stuff. It's a publicly available video. If you want to fucking go and yell at people, fucking that's your own prerogative. Please don't. But whatever, fucking okay, so that's that one. Okay, I've been looking at this one for a while. This one, let me see here. Also, people complain about other people's work when they are not qualified to give criticism. Oh, okay, I see what he's going for there. Don't hate gay people, but the reason Obsidian most recent game have been corporate slop is because that's where the demographic lives. So this guy's saying that Avowed. What did he say specifically? Did he say Avowed? Says Obsidian's most recent games have been corporate slop is because that's where the demographic lives. So he's saying that because, and it's crazy too, because there's a lot of like, not countering, but there's a lot of points that sort of like contradict themselves. Like a lot of people making this commentary will say like, oh, like I don't hate gay people, but blah 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 yada yada. And then there's other people who are just like, oh, gay people bad, blah blah blah. It's so weird. It's so stupid. It's like I said, it's a very strong focus on the whole like identity politics thing, but with a lot of like just performative nonsense, right? Like there's so many people, and again, I did bring up Obsidian in the video, so it's like, I guess it's my fault, but there are so many people who are like, oh my god, Avowed, or oh my god, Outer Worlds, or fucking Dragon Age the Veilguard, for some reason. Just like all these sort of people who are pulling from like different data points to support their own outrage over this Fallout game that isn't even being. That's the crazy thing. We've only gotten confirmation that Obsidian is going to work on a new Fallout game. We don't have anything else. We don't have a teaser trailer. We don't have gameplay. We don't even have like a narrative or like even the smallest glimpse of like a story. I remember learning that Fallout New Vegas was going to be set in Nevada and in like Vegas specifically, obviously New Vegas. And I was like, oh my god, that's the fucking coolest thing in the world. We didn't even have gameplay or anything. We just had that bit of information, and everybody went like, oh my god, this is going to be so cool. But now we have confirmation that a studio is going to be working on a game, And everybody's like, oh my God, it's going to be absolute garbage. It's going to be horrible. The original New Vegas devs aren't working on it. Obsidian's in the shithole. Bethesda can't make a game. Fucking just people looking for a reason to stay mad. It's nuts. You said a bunch of words, not sure what you're even complaining about. What did he listen to my video in reverse? What the fuck? What are you talking about, dude? You're a Blue Sky user, so I already don't expect you to engage in any culture warring ideology earnestly. But to sit here and say that New Vegas had an agenda, not wrong, admittedly, and then to say what will be the same as the modern woke culture war IDPOL, IDPOL, which will absolutely be in the next game now, is disingenuous at best and actively lying to everyone watching at worst. This is literally the dumbest fucking take I've ever heard about the next game yet. Okay, let me see here. So specifically because I'm a Blue Sky user, again, so many of the people recently posting on this video are fucking infuriated that I'm on Blue Sky at all. Or that, not even that like I'm on Blue Sky, but that I posted on Blue Sky. So I already don't expect you to engage in any culture warring dialogue earnestly. So just because specifically I have a Blue Sky account and posted there, I'm already disingenuous about being engaged in any sort of dialogue. As he says in the YouTube comment section of a week plus old video. But to sit here and say that New Vegas had an agenda, not wrong, admittedly. He at least recognizes that it, I guess, did have an agenda. I'm not sure what specifically he thinks the agenda is, but I'm pretty sure it's not the agenda he's, not the agenda that he would not say that he's talking about. I don't know what the fuck I meant there, but I think you guys get it. And then to say that this will be the same as the modern woke culture war IDPOL, which is going to absolutely be in the next game. So he's saying that there's going to be a lot of culture war conversation in the next game, which, again, he admits that New Vegas had an agenda and stuff. So it's weird. He seems to be thinking that it's not, that sort of stuff is not going to be in the new game, which I don't understand how he came to that conclusion specifically. Let's see. What's some other like bangers? What's this one? I really don't know how they're going to make it more quote unquote woke, because Fallout, it's in I think that what they're trying to say here is a role-playing RPG. For God's sakes, like, the game is as woke as the player wants it to be. Oh yeah, they're saying, like, specifically, like, you know, if you go out and you kiss boys in a Fallout game, and you complain that it's woke, you fucking control the buttons that you press, bruh. People should just wait until info and teaser trailers before making comments, and also maybe visit a proctologist before taking taking to their keyboard. Yeah, seriously. But it's like none of the like more recent ones, like the ones posted like within the last 12 hours, are really any good. They're all kind of not good. But like, you know, fucking, it's like, it's so dumb. Fallout New Vegas wasn't woke. Did you even play it? Bethesda also sucks at understanding Fallout. Bonkers. Did you even play it? Whoa. Lighting changed dramatically. Real quick. Haha, oh my god, no, you gotta know they just need to stop being gay, bruh. The fuck? I don't want to turn this into a whole, like, I'm just fucking reading comments. Because that's fucking, those, unless it's like, you know, comments in chat, right? Those kinds of streams are just, like, fucking boring.
I really wish I had like opened or like took pictures of like some of the ones that really like gave me a fucking chuckle, because like there were some bangers. There were some bangers in the comment section. Oh yeah, and there's one guy who said, because I talked about how like there were like a lot of Bethesda's games are sort of like generational games, right? They're like the bigger the bigger titles that come out and sort of like define different like eras of gaming. We can't see your game screen. Well, you can. You just can't see the other tab I have open. The other tab that I have open, because, well, it's on a different screen, and I'm not trying to, like, fucking, again, I don't want to just fucking, like, sit here and run through different comments, specifically because, like, I don't want to just fucking show people's comments on stream that aren't, like, involved with stream. I don't know, that just feels weird to me. But then also, you know, it's on the back end. This guy just said New Vegas was good, and then called me a cocksucker. I've never said that New Vegas wasn't good. Okay. I'm trying to. Yeah, there's just a whole lot of like. It's not that there's fucking gay people. It's like other stuff, and it's like, all right. Oh, this one's actually really good. It said, "No, it's not the gay people who hate us. Hate us. What the fuck? It's them who hate it. What? It's not the gay people who hate us. It's them who hate us. Wow. Is this guy fucking drunk? That's why they should shove their bullshit down their throats every goddamn time they get a chance. They won't stop until they're the only group of people in these games. Fucking dumbass people, man, I swear to God. It's that's so weird. It's like, it's not the fact that it's not us that hate gay people. Like, I don't hate gay people, but then also like they won't stop until they're the only ones in these games. It's like, really sounds like it's fucking kind of a you thing, my guy. Like, I'm not gonna fucking lie. New Vegas has a thing called nuance. Yeah, that's why it's woke, because it's nuanced. The fact that there's no nope, there we go. The fact that wow. The fact is that no matter the content, TV, games, music, movies, etc., some people will impose their own ideology over the content, and if that doesn't match their narrative, they will complain that it doesn't match their worldview. Yeah, it is one of those things that is just like intrinsically just like there's nothing really that can be done about it. There's no fix for this. It's just how people engage with art. Sadly, I gotta go. Something came up. Great stream, Toshi. Glad to be here. Hope to catch the next one. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe out there, everyone. You have a good one. We're going to be streaming tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we'll be here. We got a weekend plan. We're going to get back into Baldur's Gate 3. Somebody just comment dislike button. Like, what? Maybe your ignorance is what keeps you from enjoying an actually good game that does something different for once. What the fuck is he? There's so many people who are just like assuming, and that's one of the things that is like bad about like actually engaging with the comment section. Is there are so many people who are
they just have like they just make such strange comments that aren't really related to what I'm actually saying. So like that this person specifically. Oh my God, there's somebody in there dancing. I didn't know there was a whole fucking thing. I saw that there was like a new emote, but I didn't see that it was like attached to anything. Spicy tuna. Yeah, there's just so many people that just like carry over other shit or just like hear stuff that they want to hear. And it's like, all right. I don't fucking know how to respond to that. Green Obsidian has proven itself to be vastly inferior to the old Obsidian, has been incredibly woke to the detriment of their games. Sure. Let's see. So weird. Anyway, I think this is going to be about where we start wrapping up the stream. It's mostly we're at the natural conclusion, and at this point, it's mostly like I think we've talked about mostly everything that we can talk about with you know, with Fallout and how fucking woke it is and always been. There's definitely a you know, we could definitely get into like details and stuff like that, like specifics. I think some of the narrative messaging around like Junktown specifically, as far as it relates to what is it? As far as it relates to like justice and order and stuff like that, I think that stuff is pretty interesting. But I don't really think that, you know, you know, we could go into like a whole symposium around like, hey, this is this and that is that. But it's not really super interesting, you know? It's not really the big narrative focus of the whole point of what this stream was meant to be. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I guess, as I said, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you enjoyed this stream, like, comment, share, subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch or TikTok, hit the follow button. Helps me out a whole hell of a lot. We're going to be getting back into Baldur's Gate 3. Our Iron Man honor mode run, the Bald Lock run, for Fallout. For the weekend stream. It's gonna be pretty fun. I kind of missed that a little bit when we were playing Black Flag. Had a whole lot of fun with very noisy. Here's the there we go. Whoop. Might have actually just crashed the game there. Had a lot of fun with Black Flag specifically. That was really fun. But I'm excited to get back into Baldur's Gate 3. So if you want to see more of me, if you want to see more of that, join tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're gonna get back into that. Yeah, the game just like wow, unique. Fallout New Vegas doesn't really, or New Vegas. Fallout 76 doesn't really. Oh wait, no, there it is. Hell yeah, that was weird. But so yeah, that's what we're gonna be getting into tomorrow. I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be super dope. I'm excited to get back into it. And a lot of people who watch seem to enjoy it as well. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be good times. Oops, having a little bit more lagging problems there. There we go. All right. So yeah, if you enjoyed, tune in tomorrow, and then Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're gonna play BG3. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good times. People seem really hyped for it. For now, though, this is gonna be the end of the stream. Like I said, if you enjoyed, like, comment, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Check the links in the description below the stream or in the bio to see more from me. Check out the socials: YouTube, Blue Sky, Discord, Twitch, TikTok. I went way big out of order there from what I usually do. And of course, the podcast, Adamcast Podcast, long form interview style content, Fallout content creators, good stuff, great stuff, best stuff you ever heard of. Thank you so much for watching. Go outside, touch grass. The weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. Stay out of the YouTube comment section. It's bad. It's all bad. It's all disgusting and horrible. All right. You guys have a good one. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's the weekend, baby. Woo!